Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number. Analysis. Dear Ms. Jane Watson. Jane Watson. I am John Austin, a science teacher at Crestville High School. Crestville, John Austin. Recently I was impressed by the latest book you wrote about the environment. Also my students read your book and had a class discussion about it. They are big fans of your book, so I'd like to ask you to visit our school and give a special lecture. We can set the date and time to suit your schedule. Having you at our school would be a fantastic experience for the students. We would be very grateful if you could come. Best regards, John Austin. John Austin. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 01. To whom it may concern. I am writing to express my deep concern about the recent change made by Pittsburgh train station. Pittsburgh train station. The station had traditional ticket offices with staff before, but these have been replaced with ticket vending machines. However, individuals who are unfamiliar with these machines are now experiencing difficulty accessing the railway services. Since these individuals heavily relied on the staff assistance to be able to travel, they are in great need of ticket offices with staff in the station. Therefore, I am urging you to consider reopening the ticket offices. With the staff back in their positions, many people would regain access to the railway services. I look forward to your prompt attention to this matter and a positive resolution. Sincerely, Sarah Roberts. Sarah Roberts. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 02. Dear Reader, we always appreciate your support. As you know, our service is now available through an app. There has never been a better time to switch to an online membership of Tourtide magazine. Tourtide magazine. At a 50% discount off your current print subscription, you can access a full year of online reading. 50% 1. Get new issues and daily web pieces at tourtide.com, read or listen to Tourtide magazine via the app, and get our members-only newsletter. Tourtide.com, Tourtide magazine. You'll also gain access to our editor's selections of the best articles. Join today. Yours, Tourtide team. Tourtide. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 03. Dear Ms. McAlpine. McAlpine. I was so excited to hear that your brand is opening a new shop on Bruns Street next month. Bruns. I have always appreciated the way your brand helps women to feel more stylish and confident. I am writing in response to your ad in the Bruns Journal. Bruns Journal. I graduated from the Melline School of Fashion and have worked as a sales assistant at Logan Mart for the last 5 years. Melline 5 Logan Mart. During that time, I've developed strong customer service and sales skills, and now I would like to apply for the sales position in your clothing store. I am available for an interview at your earliest convenience. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for reading my letter. Yours sincerely, Grace Braddock. Grace Braddock. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 04. Dear Professor Sanchez. Sanchez. My name is Ellis White, and I'm the director of the Alexandria Science Museum. Ellis White, Alexandria. We are holding a chemistry fair for local middle school students on Saturday, October 28. 1028. The goal of the fair is to encourage them to be interested in science through guided experiments. We are looking for college students who can help with the experiments during the event. I am contacting you to ask you to recommend some students from the chemistry department at your college who you think are qualified for this job. With their help, I'm sure the participants will have a great experience. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Sincerely, Ellis White. Ellis White. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 05. ACC Travel Agency Customers. ACC. Have you ever wanted to enjoy a holiday in nature? This summer is the best time to turn your dream into reality. We have a perfect travel package for you. This travel package includes special trips to Lake Madison as well as massage and meditation to help you relax. Lake Madison. Also, we provide yoga lessons taught by experienced instructors. If you book this package, you will enjoy all this at a reasonable price. We are sure that it will be an unforgettable experience for you. If you call us, we will be happy to give you more details. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 06. To whom it may concern. I am a resident of the Blue Sky apartment. Blue Sky. Recently I observed that the kid zone is in need of repairs. I want you to pay attention to the poor condition of the playground equipment in the zone. The swings are damaged, the paint is falling off, and some of the bolts on the slide are missing. The facilities have been in this terrible condition since we moved here. They are dangerous to the children playing there. Would you please have them repaired? I would appreciate your immediate attention to solve this matter. Yours sincerely, Nina Davis. Nina Davis. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 07. Dear Mr. Krull. Krull. I have greatly enjoyed working at Trincom Enterprises as a sales manager. Trincom Enterprises. Since I joined in 2015, I have been a loyal and essential member of this company, and have developed innovative ways to contribute to the company. 2015. Moreover, in the last year alone, I have brought in 2 new major clients to the company, increasing the company's total sales by 5%. 5%. Also, I have voluntarily trained 5 new members of staff, totaling 35 hours. 535. I would therefore request your consideration in raising my salary, which I believe reflects my performance as well as the industry average. I look forward to speaking with you soon. Kimberly Morse. Kimberly Morse. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 08. Dear Parents/Guardians. Class parties will be held on the afternoon of Friday, December 16, 2022. 20221216. Children may bring in sweets, crisps, biscuits, cakes, and drinks. We are requesting that children do not bring in home-cooked or prepared food. All food should arrive in a sealed packet with the ingredients clearly listed. Fruit and vegetables are welcomed if they are pre-packed in a sealed packet from the shop. Please do not send any food into school containing nuts as we have many children with severe nut allergies. Please check the ingredients of all food your children bring carefully. Thank you for your continued support and cooperation. Yours sincerely, Lisa Brown, Head Teacher. Lisa Brown. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 09. Dear Ms. Robinson. Robinson. The Warblers Choir is happy to announce that we are invited to compete in the International Young Choir Competition. Warblers. The competition takes place in London on May 20. 520. Though we wish to participate in the event, we do not have the necessary funds to travel to London. So we are kindly asking you to support us by coming to our fundraising concert. It will be held on March 26. 326. In this concert, we shall be able to show you how big our passion for music is. Thank you in advance for your kind support and help. Sincerely, Arnold Reynolds. Arnold Reynolds. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 10. To the School Librarian. I am Kyle Thomas, the President of the school's English Writing Club. Kyle Thomas. I have planned activities that will increase the writing skills of our club members. One of the aims of these activities is to make us aware of various types of news media and the language used in printed newspaper articles. However, some old newspapers are not easy to access online. It is, therefore, my humble request to you to allow us to use old newspapers that have been stored in the school library. I would really appreciate it if you grant us permission. Yours truly, Kyle Thomas. Kyle Thomas. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 11. Dear Mr. Dennis Brown. Dennis Brown. We at G&D Restaurant are honored and delighted to invite you to our annual fall dinner. G&D Fall Dinner. The annual event will be held on October 1, 2021 at our restaurant. 2021101. At the event, we will be introducing new wonderful dishes that our restaurant will be offering soon. These delicious dishes will showcase the amazing talents of our gifted chefs. Also, our chefs will be providing cooking tips, ideas on what to buy for your kitchen, and special recipes. We at G&D Restaurant would be more than grateful if you can make it to this special occasion and be part of our celebration. G&D. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much. Regards, Marcus Lee, owner G&D Restaurant. G&D, Marcus Lee. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 1 Number 12. Dear Mr. Jones. Jones. I am James Arcady, PR Director of KHJ Corporation. KHJ Corporation James Arcady. We are planning to redesign our brand identity and launch a new logo to celebrate our 10th anniversary. 10. We request you to create a logo that best suits our company's core vision, to inspire humanity. I hope the new logo will convey our brand message and capture the values of KHJ. Koi. Please send us your logo design proposal once you are done with it. Thank you. Best regards, James Arcady. James Arcady. MTC. Good job. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number Analysis. As I walked from the mailbox, my heart was beating rapidly. In my hands, I held the letter from the university I had applied to. I thought my grades were good enough to cross the line and my application letter was well written, but was it enough? I hadn't slept a wink for days. As I carefully tore into the paper of the envelope, the letter slowly emerged with the opening phrase, "It is our great pleasure." I shouted with joy, "I am in." As I held the letter, I began to make a fantasy about my college life in a faraway city. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 01. All the actors on the stage were focused on their acting. Then, suddenly, Arthur fell into the corner of the stage. Arthur. Jeevan immediately approached Arthur and found his heart wasn't beating. Jeevan Arthur. Jeevan began CPR. Jeevan pair. Jeevan worked silently, glancing sometimes at Arthur's face. Jeevan Arthur. He thought, please, start breathing again, please. Arthur's eyes were closed. Arthur. Moments later, an older man in a grey suit appeared, swiftly kneeling beside Arthur's chest. Arthur. I'm Walter Jacobi. I'm a doctor. Walter Jacobi. He announced with a calm voice. Jeevan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Jeevan. With combined efforts, Jeevan and Dr. Jacobi successfully revived Arthur. Jeevan Dr. Jacobi Arthur. Arthur's eyes slowly opened. Arthur. Finally, Jeevan was able to hear Arthur's breath again, thinking to himself, thank goodness. You're back. Jeevan Arthur. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 02. Marilyn and her 3-year-old daughter, Sarah, took a trip to the beach, where Sarah built her first sand castle. Marilyn Sarah. Moments later, an enormous wave destroyed Sarah's castle. Sarah. In response to the loss of her sand castle, tears streamed down Sarah's cheeks and her heart was broken. Sarah. She ran to Marilyn, saying she would never build a sand castle again. Marilyn. Marilyn said, part of the joy of building a sand castle is that, in the end, we give it as a gift to the ocean. Marilyn. Sarah loved this idea and responded with enthusiasm to the idea of building another castle, this time, even closer to the water so the ocean would get its gift sooner. Sarah. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 03. I had never seen a beach with such white sand or water that was such a beautiful shade of blue. Jane and I set up a blanket on the sand while looking forward to our 10 days of honeymooning on an exotic island. Jane. Look. Jane waved her hand to point at the beautiful scene before us and her gold wedding ring went flying off her hand. Jane. I tried to see where it went, but the sun hit my eyes and I lost track of it. I didn't want to lose her wedding ring, so I started looking in the area where I thought it had landed. However, the sand was so fine and I realized that anything heavy, like gold, would quickly sink and might never be found again. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 04. Greg and I had been rock climbing since sunrise and had had no problems. Greg. So we took a risk. Look, the first bolt is right there. I can definitely climb out to it. Piece of cake, I persuaded Greg, minutes before I found myself pinned. Greg. It wasn't a piece of cake. The rock was deceptively barren of handholds. I clumsily moved back and forth across the cliff face and ended up with nowhere to go, but down. The bolt that would save my life, if I could get to it, was about 2 feet above my reach. 2. My arms trembled from exhaustion. I looked at Greg. Greg. My body froze with fright from my neck down to my toes. Our rope was tied between us. If I fell, he would fall with me. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 05. When I woke up in our hotel room, it was almost midnight. I didn't see my husband nor daughter. I called them, but I heard their phones ringing in the room. Feeling worried, I went outside and walked down the street, but they were nowhere to be found. When I decided I should ask someone for help, a crowd nearby caught my attention. I approached, hoping to find my husband and daughter, and suddenly I saw two familiar faces. I smiled, feeling calm. Just then, my daughter saw me and called, "Mom." They were watching the magic show. Finally, I felt all my worries disappear. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 06. On a 2-week trip in the Rocky Mountains, I saw a grizzly bear in its native habitat. 2. At first, I felt joy as I watched the bear walk across the land. He stopped every once in a while to turn his head about, sniffing deeply. He was following the scent of something, and slowly I began to realize that this giant animal was smelling me. I froze. This was no longer a wonderful experience, it was now an issue of survival. The bear's motivation was to find meat to eat, and I was clearly on his menu. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 07. On one beautiful spring day, I was fully enjoying my day off. I arrived at the nail salon, and muted my cell phone so that I would be disconnected for the hour and feel calm and peaceful. I was so comfortable while I got a manicure. As I left the place, I checked my cell phone and saw 4 missed calls from a strange number. I knew immediately that something bad was coming, and I called back. A young woman answered and said that my father had fallen over a stone and was injured, now seated on a bench. I was really concerned since he had just recovered from his knee surgery. I rushed getting into my car to go see him. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 08. It was 2 hours before the submission deadline and I still hadn't finished my news article. I sat at the desk, but suddenly, the typewriter didn't work. No matter how hard I tapped the keys, the levers wouldn't move to strike the paper. I started to realize that I would not be able to finish the article on time. Desperately, I rested the typewriter on my lap and started hitting each key with as much force as I could manage. Nothing happened. Thinking something might have happened inside of it, I opened the cover, lifted up the keys, and found the problem: a paper clip. The keys had no room to move. After picking it out, I pressed and pulled some parts. The keys moved smoothly again. I breathed deeply and smiled. Now I knew that I could finish my article on time. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 09. One Saturday morning, Matthew's mother told Matthew that she was going to take him to the park. Matthew. A big smile came across his face. As he loved to play outside, he ate his breakfast and got dressed quickly so they could go. When they got to the park, Matthew ran all the way over to the swing set. Matthew. That was his favorite thing to do at the park. But the swings were all being used. His mother explained that he could use the slide until a swing became available, but it was broken. Suddenly, his mother got a phone call and she told Matthew they had to leave. Matthew. His heart sank. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 10. The principal stepped on stage. Now, I present this year's top academic award to the student who has achieved the highest placing. He smiled at the row of seats where 12 finalists had gathered. Zoe wiped a sweaty hand on her handkerchief and glanced at the other finalists. They all looked as pale and uneasy as herself. Zoe and one of the other finalists had won first placing in 4 subjects, so it came down to how teachers ranked their hard work and confidence. Zoe won. The trophy for general excellence is awarded to Miss Zoe Perry, the principal declared. Zoe Perry. Could Zoe step this way, please? Zoe felt as if she were in heaven. She walked into the thunder of applause with a big smile. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 11. When my mom came home from the mall with a special present for me, I was pretty sure I knew what it was. I was absolutely thrilled because I would soon communicate with a new cell phone. I was daydreaming about all of the cool apps and games I was going to download. But my mom smiled really big and handed me a book. I flipped through the pages, figuring that maybe she had hidden my new phone inside. But I slowly realized that my mom had not got me a phone and my present was just a little book, which was so different from what I had wanted. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 2 Number 12. In the middle of the night, Matt suddenly awakened. Matt. He glanced at his clock. It was 3:23. 3:23. For just an instant he wondered what had wakened him. Then he remembered. He had heard someone come into his room. Matt sat up in bed, rubbed his eyes, and looked around the small room. Matt. Mom. He said quietly, hoping he would hear his mother's voice assuring him that everything was all right. But there was no answer. Matt tried to tell himself that he was just hearing things. Matt. But he knew he wasn't. There was someone in his room. He could hear rhythmic, scratchy breathing and it wasn't his own. He lay awake for the rest of the night. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number Analysis. Magic is what we all wish for to happen in our life. Do you love the movie Cinderella like me? Well, in real life, you can also create magic. Here's the trick. Write down all the real-time challenges that you face and deal with. Just change the challenge statement into positive statements. Let me give you an example here. If you struggle with getting up early in the morning, then write a positive statement such as I get up early in the morning at 5 a.m. every day. 5. Once you write these statements, get ready to witness magic and confidence. You will be surprised that just by writing these statements, there is a shift in the way you think and act. Suddenly you feel more powerful and positive. MTC. Good job. Let MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 01. As the parent of a gifted child, you need to be aware of a certain common parent trap. Of course you are a proud parent, and you should be. While it is very easy to talk non-stop about your little genius and his or her remarkable behavior, this can be very stressful on your child. It is extremely important to limit your bragging behavior to your very close friends, or your parents. Gifted children feel pressured when their parents show them off too much. This behavior creates expectations that they may not be able to live up to, and also creates a false sense of self for your child. You want your child to be who they are, not who they seem to be as defined by their incredible achievements. If not, you could end up with a driven perfectionist child or perhaps a dropout, or worse. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 02. Having a messy room can add up to negative feelings and destructive thinking. Psychologists say that having a disorderly room can indicate a disorganized mental state. One of the professional tidying experts says that the moment you start cleaning your room, you also start changing your life and gaining new perspective. When you clean your surroundings, positive and good atmosphere follows. You can do more things efficiently and neatly. So, clean up your closets, organize your drawers, and arrange your things first, then peace of mind will follow. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 03. Unfortunately, many people don't take personal responsibility for their own growth. Instead, they simply run the race laid out for them. They do well enough in school to keep advancing. Maybe they manage to get a good job at a well-run company. But so many think and act as if their learning journey ends with college. They have checked all the boxes in the life that was laid out for them and now lack a roadmap describing the right ways to move forward and continue to grow. In truth, that's when the journey really begins. When school is finished, your growth becomes voluntary. Like healthy eating habits or a regular exercise program, you need to commit to it and devote thought, time, and energy to it. Otherwise, it simply won't happen and your life and career are likely to stop progressing as a result. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 04. We are always teaching our children something by our words and our actions. They learn from seeing. They learn from hearing and from overhearing. Children share the values of their parents about the most important things in life. Our priorities and principles and our examples of good behavior can teach our children to take the high road when other roads look tempting. Remember that children do not learn the values that make up strong character simply by being told about them. They learn by seeing the people around them act on and uphold those values in their daily lives. Therefore, show your child good examples of life by your action. In our daily lives, we can show our children that we respect others. We can show them our compassion and concern when others are suffering, and our own self-discipline, courage, and honesty as we make difficult decisions. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 05. Research shows that people who work have two calendars, one for work and one for their personal lives. Although it may seem sensible, having two separate calendars for work and personal life can lead to distractions. To check if something is missing, you will find yourself checking your to-do lists multiple times. Instead, organize all of your tasks in one place. It doesn't matter if you use digital or paper media. It's okay to keep your professional and personal tasks in one place. This will give you a good idea of how time is divided between work and home. This will allow you to make informed decisions about which tasks are most important. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 06. It is difficult for any of us to maintain a constant level of attention throughout our working day. We all have body rhythms characterized by peaks and valleys of energy and alertness. You will achieve more, and feel confident as a benefit, if you schedule your most demanding tasks at times when you are best able to cope with them. If you haven't thought about energy peaks before, take a few days to observe yourself. Try to note the times when you are at your best. We are all different. For some, the peak will come first thing in the morning, but for others it may take a while to warm up. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 07. You already have a business and you're about to launch your blog so that you can sell your product. Unfortunately, here is where a business mind can be a bad thing. Most people believe that to have a successful business blog promoting a product, they have to stay strictly on the topic. If all you're doing is shamelessly promoting your product, then who is going to want to read the latest thing you're writing about? Instead, you need to give some useful or entertaining information away for free so that people have a reason to keep coming back. Only by doing this can you create an interested audience that you will then be able to sell to. So, the best way to be successful with a business blog is to write about things that your audience will be interested in. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 08. Experts on writing say, get rid of as many words as possible. Each word must do something important. If it doesn't, get rid of it. Well, this doesn't work for speaking. It takes more words to introduce, express, and adequately elaborate an idea in speech than it takes in writing. Why is this so? While the reader can reread, the listener cannot rehear. Speakers do not come equipped with a replay button. Because listeners are easily distracted, they will miss many pieces of what a speaker says. If they miss the crucial sentence, they may never catch up. This makes it necessary for speakers to talk longer about their points, using more words on them than would be used to express the same idea in writing. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 09. Meetings encourage creative thinking and can give you ideas that you may never have thought of on your own. However, on average, meeting participants consider about 1/3 of meeting time to be unproductive. 3.1. But you can make your meetings more productive and more useful by preparing well in advance. You should create a list of items to be discussed and share your list with other participants before a meeting. It allows them to know what to expect in your meeting and prepare to participate. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 10. When I was in the Army, my instructors would show up in my barracks room, and the first thing they would inspect was our bed. It was a simple task, but every morning we were required to make our bed to perfection. It seemed a little ridiculous at the time, but the wisdom of this simple act has been proven to me many times over. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride and it will encourage you to do another task and another. By the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. If you can't do little things right, you will never do the big things right. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 11. Some experts estimate that as much as half of what we communicate is done through the way we move our bodies. Paying attention to the nonverbal messages you send can make a significant difference in your relationship with students. In general, most students are often closely tuned into their teacher's body language. For example, when your students first enter the classroom, their initial action is to look for their teacher. Think about how encouraging and empowering it is for a student when that teacher has a friendly greeting and a welcoming smile. Smiling at students to let them know that you are glad to see them does not require a great deal of time or effort, but it can make a significant difference in the classroom climate right from the start of class. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 3 Number 12. As you set about to write, it is worth reminding yourself that while you ought to have a point of view, you should avoid telling your readers what to think. Try to hang a question mark over it all. This way you allow your readers to think for themselves about the points and arguments you're making. As a result, they will feel more involved, finding themselves just as committed to the arguments you've made and the insights you've exposed as you are. You will have written an essay that not only avoids passivity in the reader, but is interesting and gets people to think. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number. Analysis. The soil of a farm field is forced to be the perfect environment for monoculture growth. This is achieved by adding nutrients in the form of fertilizer and water by way of irrigation. During the last 50 years, engineers and crop scientists have helped farmers become much more efficient at supplying exactly the right amount of both. 50. World usage of fertilizer has tripled since 1969, and the global capacity for irrigation has almost doubled. We are feeding and watering our fields more than ever, and our crops are loving it. 1969. Unfortunately, these luxurious conditions have also excited the attention of certain agricultural undesirables. Because farm fields are loaded with nutrients and water relative to the natural land that surrounds them, they are desired as luxury real estate by every random weed in the area. MTC. Good. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number 01. One valuable technique for getting out of helplessness, depression, and situations which are predominantly being run by the thought, I can't, is to choose to be with other persons who have resolved the problem with which we struggle. This is one of the great powers of self-help groups. When we are in a negative state, we have given a lot of energy to negative thought forms, and the positive thought forms are weak. Those who are in a higher vibration are free of the energy from their negative thoughts and have energized positive thought forms. Merely to be in their presence is beneficial. In some self-help groups, this is called hanging out with the winners. The benefit here is on the psychic level of consciousness, and there is a transfer of positive energy and relighting of one's own latent positive thought forms. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number 02. Consider the seemingly simple question: how many senses are there? Around 2370 years ago, Aristotle wrote that there are 5, in both humans and animals: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. 2,370 Aristotle. However, according to the philosopher Fiona Macpherson, there are reasons to doubt it. Fiona Macpherson. For a start, Aristotle missed a few in humans: the perception of your own body, which is different from touch, and the sense of balance, which has links to both touch and vision. Aristotle. Other animals have senses that are even harder to categorize. Many vertebrates have a different sense system for detecting odors. Some snakes can detect the body heat of their prey. These examples tell us that senses cannot be clearly divided into a limited number of specific kinds, Macpherson wrote in The Senses. Macpherson: The Senses. Instead of trying to push animal senses into Aristotelian buckets, we should study them for what they are. Aristotle. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number 03. Many people take the common sense view that color is an objective property of things, or of the light that bounces off them. They say a tree's leaves are green because they reflect green light, a greenness that is just as real as the leaves. Others argue that color doesn't inhabit the physical world at all but exists only in the eye or mind of the viewer. They maintain that if a tree fell in a forest and no one was there to see it, its leaves would be colorless, and so would everything else. They say there is no such thing as color, there are only the people who see it. Both positions are, in a way, correct. Color is objective and subjective, the place, as Paul Cézanne put it, where our brain and the universe meet. Paul Cézanne. Color is created when light from the world is registered by the eyes and interpreted by the brain. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4, Number 04. Most people have no doubt heard this question. If a tree falls in the forest and there is no one there to hear it fall, does it make a sound? The correct answer is no. Sound is more than pressure waves, and indeed there can be no sound without a hearer. And similarly, scientific communication is a two-way process. Just as a signal of any kind is useless unless it is perceived, a published scientific paper, signal, is useless unless it is both received and understood by its intended audience. Thus we can restate the axiom of science as follows. A scientific experiment is not complete until the results have been published and understood. Publication is no more than pressure waves unless the published paper is understood. Too many scientific papers fall silently in the woods. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4, Number 05. Why do you care how a customer reacts to a purchase? Good question. By understanding post-purchase behavior, you can understand the influence and the likelihood of whether a buyer will repurchase the product, and whether she will keep it or return it. You'll also determine whether the buyer will encourage others to purchase the product from you. Satisfied customers can become unpaid ambassadors for your business, so customer satisfaction should be on the top of your to-do list. People tend to believe the opinions of people they know. People trust friends over advertisements any day. They know that advertisements are paid to tell the good side and that they're used to persuade them to purchase products and services. By continually monitoring your customers' satisfaction after the sale, you have the ability to avoid negative word-of-mouth advertising. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4, Number 06. If we adopt technology, we need to pay its costs. Thousands of traditional livelihoods have been pushed aside by progress, and the lifestyles around those jobs removed. Hundreds of millions of humans today work at jobs they hate, producing things they have no love for. Sometimes these jobs cause physical pain, disability, or chronic disease. Technology creates many new jobs that are certainly dangerous. At the same time, mass education and media train humans to avoid low-tech physical work, to seek jobs working in the digital world. The divorce of the hands from the head puts a stress on the human mind. Indeed, the sedentary nature of the best-paying jobs is a health risk for body and mind. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4, Number 07. Our language helps to reveal our deeper assumptions. Think of these revealing phrases. When we accomplish something important, we say it took blood, sweat, and tears. We say important achievements are hard-earned. We recommend a hard day's work when day's work would be enough. When we talk of easy money, we are implying it was obtained through illegal or questionable means. We use the phrase "that's easy for you to say" as a criticism, usually when we are seeking to invalidate someone's opinion. It's like we all automatically accept that the right way is, inevitably, the harder one. In my experience, this is hardly ever questioned. What would happen if you do challenge this sacred cow? We don't even pause to consider that something important and valuable could be made easy. What if the biggest thing keeping us from doing what matters is the false assumption that it has to take huge effort? MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 4, Number 08. Is the customer always right? When customers return a broken product to a famous company, which makes kitchen and bathroom fixtures, the company nearly always offers a replacement to maintain good customer relations. Still, there are times you've got to say no, explains the warranty expert of the company, such as when a product is undamaged or has been abused. Entrepreneur Lauren Thorpe, who owns an e-commerce company, says, while the customer is always right, sometimes you just have to fire a customer. Lauren Thorpe. When Thorpe has tried everything to resolve a complaint and realizes that the customer will be dissatisfied no matter what, she returns her attention to the rest of her customers, who she says are the reason for my success. Thorpe. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC. 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number 09. A psychology professor raised a glass of water while teaching stress management principles to her students, and asked them, "How heavy is this glass of water I'm holding?" Students shouted out various answers. The professor replied, "The absolute weight of this glass doesn't matter. It depends on how long I hold it. If I hold it for a minute, it's quite light. 1. But, if I hold it for a day straight, it will cause severe pain in my arm, forcing me to drop the glass to the floor. In each case, the weight of the glass is the same, but the longer I hold it, the heavier it feels to me." As the class nodded their heads in agreement, she continued, "Your stresses in life are like this glass of water. If you still feel the weight of yesterday's stress, it's a strong sign that it's time to put the glass down." MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC. 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number 10. A job search is not a passive task. When you are searching, you are not browsing, nor are you just looking. Browsing is not an effective way to reach a goal you claim to want to reach. If you are acting with purpose, if you are serious about anything you chose to do, then you need to be direct, focused, and whenever possible, clever. Everyone else searching for a job has the same goal, competing for the same jobs. You must do more than the rest of the herd. Regardless of how long it may take you to find and get the job you want, being proactive will logically get you results faster than if you rely only on browsing online job boards and emailing an occasional resume. Leave those activities to the rest of the sheep. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC. 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number 11. When it comes to climate change, many blame the fossil fuel industry for pumping greenhouse gases, the agricultural sector for burning rainforests, or the fashion industry for producing excessive clothes. But wait, what drives these industrial activities? Our consumption. Climate change is a summed product of each person's behavior. For example, the fossil fuel industry is a popular scapegoat in the climate crisis. But why do they drill and burn fossil fuels? We provide them strong financial incentives. Some people regularly travel on airplanes and cars that burn fossil fuels. Some people waste electricity generated by burning fuel in power plants. Some people use and throw away plastic products derived from crude oil every day. Blaming the fossil fuel industry while engaging in these behaviors is a slap in our own face. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC. 1, 2025, Unit 4 Number 12. Nothing is trash by nature. Anthropologist Mary Douglas brings back and analyzes the common saying that dirt is matter out of place. Mary Douglas. Dirt is relative, she emphasizes. Shoes are not dirty in themselves, but it is dirty to place them on the dining table. Food is not dirty in itself, but it is dirty to leave pots and pans in the bedroom, or food all over clothing. Similarly, bathroom items in the living room, clothing lying on chairs, outdoor things placed indoors, upstairs things downstairs, and so on. Sorting the dirty from the clean, removing the shoes from the table, putting the dirty clothing in the washing machine involves systematic ordering and classifying. Eliminating dirt is thus a positive process. MTC. Good job. Start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number. Analysis. When it comes to helping out, you don't have to do much. All you have to do is come around and show that you care. If you notice someone who is lonely, you could go and sit with them. If you work with someone who eats lunch all by themselves, and you go and sit down with them, they will begin to be more social after a while, and they will owe it all to you. A person's happiness comes from attention. There are too many people out in the world who feel like everyone has forgotten them or ignored them. Even if you say hi to someone passing by, they will begin to feel better about themselves, like someone cares. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 01. Our emotions are thought to exist because they have contributed to our survival as a species. Fear has helped us avoid dangers, expressing anger helps us scare off threats, and expressing positive emotions helps us bond with others. From an evolutionary perspective, an emotion is a kind of program that, when triggered, directs many of our activities, including attention, perception, memory, movement, expressions, etc. For example, fear makes us very attentive, narrows our perceptual focus to threatening stimuli, will cause us either to face a situation, fight, or avoid it, flight, and may cause us to remember an experience more acutely, so that we avoid the threat in the future. Regardless of the specific ways in which they activate our systems, the specific emotions we possess are thought to exist because they have helped us, as a species, survive challenges within our environment long ago. If they had not helped us adapt and survive, they would not have evolved with us. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 02. When we think of leaders, we may think of people such as Abraham Lincoln or Martin Luther King, Jr. Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, Jr. If you consider the historical importance and far-reaching influence of these individuals, leadership might seem like a noble and high goal. But like all of us, these people started out as students, workers, and citizens who possessed ideas about how some aspect of daily life could be improved on a larger scale. Through diligence and experience, they improved upon their ideas by sharing them with others, seeking their opinions and feedback, and constantly looking for the best way to accomplish goals for a group. Thus we all have the potential to be leaders at school, in our communities, and at work, regardless of age or experience. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 03. When writing a novel, research for information needs to be done. The thing is that some kinds of fiction demand a higher level of detail, crime fiction, for example, or scientific thrillers. The information is never hard to find. One website for authors even organizes trips to police stations, so that crime writers can get it right. Often, a polite letter will earn you permission to visit a particular location and record all the details that you need. But remember that you will drive your readers to boredom if you think that you need to pack everything you discover into your work. The details that matter are those that reveal the human experience. The crucial thing is telling a story, finding the characters, the tension, and the conflict, not the train timetable or the building blueprint. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 04. We all negotiate every day, whether we realize it or not. Yet few people ever learn how to negotiate. Those who do usually learn the traditional, win-lose negotiating style rather than an approach that is likely to result in a win-win agreement. This old-school, adversarial approach may be useful in a one-off negotiation where you will probably not deal with that person again. However, such transactions are becoming increasingly rare, because most of us deal with the same people repeatedly: our spouses and children, our friends and colleagues, our customers and clients. In view of this, it's essential to achieve successful results for ourselves and maintain a healthy relationship with our negotiating partners at the same time. In today's interdependent world of business partnerships and long-term relationships, a win-win outcome is fast becoming the only acceptable result. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 05. The promise of a computerized society, we were told, was that it would pass to machines all of the repetitive drudgery of work, allowing us humans to pursue higher purposes and to have more leisure time. It didn't work out this way. Instead of more time, most of us have less. Companies large and small have offloaded work onto the backs of consumers. Things that used to be done for us, as part of the value-added service of working with a company, we are now expected to do ourselves. With air travel, we're now expected to complete our own reservations and check-in, jobs that used to be done by airline employees or travel agents. At the grocery store, we're expected to bag our own groceries and, in some supermarkets, to scan our own purchases. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 06. When students are starting their college life, they may approach every course, test, or learning task the same way, using what we like to call the rubber stamp approach. Think about it this way. Would you wear a tuxedo to a baseball game? A colorful dress to a funeral? A bathing suit to religious services? Probably not. You know there's appropriate dress for different occasions and settings. Skillful learners know that putting on the same clothes won't work for every class. They are flexible learners. They have different strategies and know when to use them. They know that you study for multiple choice tests differently than you study for essay tests. And they not only know what to do, but they also know how to do it. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 07. The old saying is that knowledge is power, but when it comes to scary, threatening news, research suggests the exact opposite. Frightening news can actually rob people of their inner sense of control, making them less likely to take care of themselves and other people. Public health research shows that when the news presents health-related information in a pessimistic way, people are actually less likely to take steps to protect themselves from illness as a result. A news article that's intended to warn people about increasing cancer rates, for example, can result in fewer people choosing to get screened for the disease because they're so terrified of what they might find. This is also true for issues such as climate change. When a news story is all doom and gloom, people feel depressed and become less interested in taking small, personal steps to fight ecological collapse. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5 Number 08. A recent study from Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, called "When Too Much of a Good Thing May Be Bad," indicates that classrooms with too much decoration are a source of distraction for young children and directly affect their cognitive performance. Carnegie Mellon University. Being visually overstimulated, the children have a great deal of difficulty concentrating and end up with worse academic results. On the other hand, if there is not much decoration on the classroom walls, the children are less distracted, spend more time on their activities, and learn more. So it's our job, in order to support their attention, to find the right balance between excessive decoration and the complete absence of it. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5, Number 09. Your emotions deserve attention and give you important pieces of information. However, they can also sometimes be an unreliable, inaccurate source of information. You may feel a certain way, but that does not mean those feelings are reflections of the truth. You may feel sad and conclude that your friend is angry with you when her behavior simply reflects that she's having a bad day. You may feel depressed and decide that you did poorly in an interview when you did just fine. Your feelings can mislead you into thinking things that are not supported by facts. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5, Number 10. Many people view sleep as merely a downtime when their brain shuts off and their body rests. In a rush to meet work, school, family, or household responsibilities, people cut back on their sleep, thinking it won't be a problem, because all of these other activities seem much more important. But research reveals that a number of vital tasks carried out during sleep help to maintain good health and enable people to function at their best. While you sleep, your brain is hard at work forming the pathways necessary for learning and creating memories and new insights. Without enough sleep, you can't focus and pay attention or respond quickly. A lack of sleep may even cause mood problems. In addition, growing evidence shows that a continuous lack of sleep increases the risk for developing serious diseases. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5, Number 11. Information is worthless if you never actually use it. Far too often, companies collect valuable customer information that ends up buried and never used. They must ensure their data is accessible for use at the appropriate times. For a hotel, one appropriate time for data usage is check-in at the front desk. I often check in at a hotel I've visited frequently, only for the people at the front desk to give no indication that they recognize me as a customer. The hotel must have stored a record of my visits, but they don't make that information accessible to the front desk clerks. They are missing a prime opportunity to utilize data to create a better experience focused on customer loyalty. Whether they have 10 customers, 10,000, or even 10 million, the goal is the same: create a delightful customer experience that encourages loyalty. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 5, Number 12. It's important that you think independently and fight for what you believe in, but there comes a time when it's wiser to stop fighting for your view and move on to accepting what a trustworthy group of people think is best. This can be extremely difficult. But it's smarter, and ultimately better for you to be open-minded and have faith that the conclusions of a trustworthy group of people are better than whatever you think. If you can't understand their view, you're probably just blind to their way of thinking. If you continue doing what you think is best when all the evidence and trustworthy people are against you, you're being dangerously confident. The truth is that while most people can become incredibly open-minded, some can't, even after they have repeatedly encountered lots of pain from betting that they were right when they were not. MTC. Good job. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6 Number. Analysis. We often try to make cuts in our challenges and take the easy route. When taking the quick exit, we fail to acquire the strength to compete. We often take the easy route to improve our skills. Many of us never really work to achieve mastery in the key areas of life. These skills are key tools that can be useful to our career, health, and prosperity. Highly successful athletes don't win because of better equipment, they win by facing hardship to gain strength and skill. They win through preparation. It's the mental preparation, winning mindset, strategy, and skill that set them apart. Strength comes from struggle, not from taking the path of least resistance. Hardship is not just a lesson for the next time in front of us. Hardship will be the greatest teacher we will ever have in life. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6 Number 01. By improving accessibility of the workplace for workers that are typically at a disadvantage in the labor market, AI can improve inclusiveness in the workplace. AI-powered assistive devices to aid workers with visual, speech or hearing difficulties are becoming more widespread, improving the access to, and the quality of work for people with disabilities. AI. For example, speech recognition solutions for people with dysarthric voices, or live captioning systems for deaf and hard of hearing people can facilitate communication with colleagues and access to jobs where interpersonal communication is necessary. AI can also enhance the capabilities of low-skilled workers, with potentially positive effects on their wages and career prospects. AI. For example, AI's capacity to translate written and spoken word in real time can improve the performance of non-native speakers in the workplace. AI. Moreover, recent developments in AI-powered text generators can instantly improve the performance of lower-skilled individuals in domains such as writing, coding or customer service. AI. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6 Number 02. Crop rotation is the process in which farmers change the crops they grow in their fields in a special order. For example, if a farmer has 3 fields, he or she may grow carrots in the first field, green beans in the second, and tomatoes in the third. The next year, green beans will be in the first field, tomatoes in the second field, and carrots will be in the third. In year 3, the crops will rotate again. 3. By the 4th year, the crops will go back to their original order. 4. Each crop enriches the soil for the next crop. This type of farming is sustainable because the soil stays healthy. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6 Number 03. Nearly everything has to go through your mouth to get to the rest of you, from food and air to bacteria and viruses. A healthy mouth can help your body get what it needs and prevent it from harm with adequate space for air to travel to your lungs, and healthy teeth and gums that prevent harmful microorganisms from entering your bloodstream. From the moment you are created, oral health affects every aspect of your life. What happens in the mouth is usually just the tip of the iceberg and a reflection of what is happening in other parts of the body. Poor oral health can be a cause of a disease that affects the entire body. The microorganisms in an unhealthy mouth can enter the bloodstream and travel anywhere in the body, posing serious health risks. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6 Number 04. The interaction of workers from different cultural backgrounds with the host population might increase productivity due to positive externalities like knowledge spillovers. This is only an advantage up to a certain degree. When the variety of backgrounds is too large, fractionalization may cause excessive transaction costs for communication, which may lower productivity. Diversity not only impacts the labor market, but may also affect the quality of life in a location. A tolerant native population may value a multicultural city or region because of an increase in the range of available goods and services. On the other hand, diversity could be perceived as an unattractive feature if natives perceive it as a distortion of what they consider to be their national identity. They might even discriminate against other ethnic groups, and they might fear that social conflicts between different foreign nationalities are imported into their own neighborhood. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 05. We tend to believe that we possess a host of socially desirable characteristics, and that we are free of most of those that are socially undesirable. For example, a large majority of the general public thinks that they are more intelligent, more fair-minded, less prejudiced, and more skilled behind the wheel of an automobile than the average person. This phenomenon is so reliable and ubiquitous that it has come to be known as the Lake Wobegon effect, after Garrison Keillor's fictional community where the women are strong, the men are good-looking, and all the children are above average. Garrison Keillor, Lake Wobegon effect. A survey of 1 million high school seniors found that 70% thought they were above average in leadership ability, and only 2% thought they were below average. 70%, 2%. In terms of ability to get along with others, all students thought they were above average, 60% thought they were in the top 10%, and 25% thought they were in the top 1%. 60% 10%, 25% 1%. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 06. As the social and economic situation of countries got better, wage levels and working conditions improved. Gradually people were given more time off. At the same time, forms of transport improved and it became faster and cheaper to get to places. England's Industrial Revolution led to many of these changes. Railways, in the 19th century, opened up now famous seaside resorts such as Blackpool and Brighton. 19. Blackpool, Brighton. With the railways came many large hotels. In Canada, for example, the new coast-to-coast railway system made possible the building of such famous hotels as Banff Springs and Chateau Lake Louise in the Rockies. Banff Springs, Chateau Lake Louise. Later, the arrival of air transport opened up more of the world and led to tourism growth. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 07. The most remarkable and unbelievable consequence of melting ice and rising seas is that together they are a kind of time machine, so real that they are altering the duration of our day. It works like this: as the glaciers melt and the seas rise, gravity forces more water toward the equator. This changes the shape of the Earth ever so slightly, making it fatter around the middle, which in turn slows the rotation of the planet similarly to the way a ballet dancer slows her spin by spreading out her arms. The slowdown isn't much, just a few thousandths of a second each year, but like the barely noticeable jump of rising seas every year, it adds up. 1. When dinosaurs lived on the Earth, a day lasted only about 23 hours. 2. 3. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 08. For creatures like us, evolution smiled upon those with a strong need to belong. Survival and reproduction are the criteria of success by natural selection, and forming relationships with other people can be useful for both survival and reproduction. Groups can share resources, care for sick members, scare off predators, fight together against enemies, divide tasks so as to improve efficiency, and contribute to survival in many other ways. In particular, if an individual and a group want the same resource, the group will generally prevail, so competition for resources would especially favor a need to belong. Belongingness will likewise promote reproduction, such as by bringing potential mates into contact with each other, and in particular by keeping parents together to care for their children, who are much more likely to survive if they have more than one caregiver. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 09. Every day, children explore and construct relationships among objects. Frequently, these relationships focus on how much or how many of something exists. Thus, children count 1 cookie, 2 shoes, 3 candles on the birthday cake, 4 children in the sandbox. Children compare which has more, which has fewer. Will there be enough? Children calculate how many will fit. Now, I have 5. I need 1 more. In all of these instances, children are developing a notion of quantity. Children reveal and investigate mathematical concepts through their own activities or experiences, such as figuring out how many crackers to take at snack time or sorting shells into piles. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 10. The whole of human society operates on knowing the future weather. For example, farmers in India know when the monsoon rains will come next year, and so they know when to plant the crops. Farmers in Indonesia know there are 2 monsoon rains each year, so next year they can have 2 harvests. This is based on their knowledge of the past, as the monsoons have always come at about the same time each year in living memory. But the need to predict goes deeper than this. It influences every part of our lives. Our houses, roads, railways, airports, offices, and so on are all designed for the local climate. For example, in England all the houses have central heating, as the outside temperature is usually below 20 C, but no air conditioning, as temperatures rarely go beyond 26 C, while in Australia the opposite is true, most houses have air conditioning but rarely central heating. 2026. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 11. We used to think that the brain never changed, but according to the neuroscientist Richard Davidson, we now know that this is not true. Specific brain circuits grow stronger through regular practice. Richard Davidson. He explains, well-being is fundamentally no different than learning to play the cello. If one practices the skills of well-being, one will get better at it. What this means is that you can actually train your brain to become more grateful, relaxed, or confident, by repeating experiences that evoke gratitude, relaxation, or confidence. Your brain is shaped by the thoughts you repeat. The more neurons fire as they are activated by repeated thoughts and activities, the faster they develop into neural pathways, which cause lasting changes in the brain. Or in the words of Donald Hebb, neurons that fire together wire together. Donald Hebb. This is such an encouraging premise. Bottom line, we can intentionally create the habits for the brain to be happier. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 6, Number 12. Vegetarian eating is moving into the mainstream as more and more young adults say no to meat, poultry, and fish. According to the American Dietetic Association, approximately planned vegetarian diets are healthful, are nutritionally adequate, and provide health benefits in the prevention and treatment of certain diseases. American Dietetic Association. But health concerns are not the only reason that young adults give for changing their diets. Some make the choice out of concern for animal rights. When faced with the statistics that show the majority of animals raised as food live in confinement, many teens give up meat to protest those conditions. Others turn to vegetarianism to support the environment. Meat production uses vast amounts of water, land, grain, and energy and creates problems with animal waste and resulting pollution. MTC. Good job. start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number. Analysis. Your behaviors are usually a reflection of your identity. What you do is an indication of the type of person you believe that you are, either consciously or non-consciously. Research has shown that once a person believes in a particular aspect of their identity, they are more likely to act according to that belief. For example, people who identified as being a voter were more likely to vote than those who simply claimed voting was an action they wanted to perform. Similarly, the person who accepts exercise as the part of their identity doesn't have to convince themselves to train. Doing the right thing is easy. After all, when your behavior and your identity perfectly match, you are no longer pursuing behavior change. You are simply acting like the type of person you already believe yourself to be. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 01. Whales are highly efficient at carbon storage. When they die, each whale sequesters an average of 30 tons of carbon dioxide, taking that carbon out of the atmosphere for centuries. 30. For comparison, the average tree absorbs only 48 pounds of CO2 a year. 48. From a climate perspective, each whale is the marine equivalent of thousands of trees. Whales also help sequester carbon by fertilizing the ocean as they release nutrient-rich waste, in turn increasing phytoplankton populations, which also sequester carbon, leading some scientists to call them the engineers of marine ecosystems. In 2019, economists from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, estimated the value of the ecosystem services provided by each whale at over $2 million USD. 2019, IMF, 200. They called for a new global program of economic incentives to return whale populations to pre-industrial whaling levels as one example of a nature-based solution to climate change. Calls are now being made for a global whale restoration program, to slow down climate change. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 02. Working around the whole painting, rather than concentrating on one area at a time, will mean you can stop at any point and the painting can be considered finished. Artists often find it difficult to know when to stop painting, and it can be tempting to keep on adding more to your work. It is important to take a few steps back from the painting from time to time to assess your progress. Putting too much into a painting can spoil its impact and leave it looking overworked. If you find yourself struggling to decide whether you have finished, take a break and come back to it later with fresh eyes. Then you can decide whether any areas of your painting would benefit from further refinement. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 03. Kids tire of their toys, college students get sick of cafeteria food, and sooner or later most of us lose interest in our favorite TV shows. TV. The bottom line is that we humans are easily bored. But why should this be true? The answer lies buried deep in our nerve cells, which are designed to reduce their initial excited response to stimuli each time they occur. At the same time, these neurons enhance their responses to things that change, especially things that change quickly. We probably evolved this way because our ancestors got more survival value, for example, from attending to what was moving in a tree, such as a puma, than to the tree itself. Boredom in reaction to an unchanging environment turns down the level of neural excitation so that new stimuli, like our ancestors' hypothetical puma threat, stand out more. It's the neural equivalent of turning off a front door light to see the fireflies. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 04. We think we are shaping our buildings. But really, our buildings and development are also shaping us. One of the best examples of this is the oldest known construction, the ornately carved rings of standing stones at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Göbekli Tepe. Before these ancestors got the idea to erect standing stones some 12,000 years ago, they were hunter-gatherers. 12,000. It appears that the erection of the multiple rings of megalithic stones took so long, and so many successive generations, that these innovators were forced to settle down to complete the construction works. In the process, they became the first farming society on Earth. This is an early example of a society constructing something that ends up radically remaking the society itself. Things are not so different in our own time. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 05. Few people will be surprised to hear that poverty tends to create stress. A 2006 study published in the American journal Psychosomatic Medicine, for example, noted that a lower socioeconomic status was associated with higher levels of stress hormones in the body. Psychosomatic Medicine 2006. However, richer economies have their own distinct stresses. The key issue is time pressure. A 1999 study of 31 countries by American psychologist Robert Levine and Canadian psychologist Ira Norenzayan found that wealthier, more industrialized nations had a faster pace of life, which led to a higher standard of living, but at the same time left the population feeling a constant sense of urgency, as well as being more prone to heart disease. Robert Levine, Ira Norenzayan 311999. In effect, fast-paced productivity creates wealth, but it also leads people to feel time poor when they lack the time to relax and enjoy themselves. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 06. Success can lead you off your intended path and into a comfortable rut. If you are good at something and are well rewarded for doing it, you may want to keep doing it even if you stop enjoying it. The danger is that one day you look around and realize you are so deep in this comfortable rut that you can no longer see the sun or breathe fresh air. The sides of the rut have become so slippery that it would take a superhuman effort to climb out, and, effectively, you're stuck. And it's a situation that many working people worry they're in now. The poor employment market has left them feeling locked in what may be a secure, or even well-paying but ultimately unsatisfying job. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 07. Have you ever brought up an idea or suggestion to someone and heard them immediately say no, that won't work? You may have thought, he/she didn't even give it a chance. How do they know it won't work? When you are right about something, you close off the possibility of another viewpoint or opportunity. Being right about something means that it is the way it is, period. You may be correct. Your particular way of seeing it may be true with the facts. However, considering the other option or the other person's point of view can be beneficial. If you see their side, you will see something new or, at worst, learn something about how the other person looks at life. Why would you think everyone sees and experiences life the way you do? Besides how boring that would be, it would eliminate all new opportunities, ideas, invention, and creativity. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 08. Many people make a mistake of only operating along the safe zones, and in the process they miss the opportunity to achieve greater things. They do so because of a fear of the unknown and a fear of treading the unknown paths of life. Those that are brave enough to take those roads less traveled are able to get great returns and derive major satisfaction out of their courageous moves. Being overcautious will mean that you will miss attaining the greatest levels of your potential. You must learn to take those chances that many people around you will not take, because your success will flow from those bold decisions that you will take along the way. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 09. Our ability to accurately recognize and label emotions is often referred to as emotional granularity. In the words of Harvard psychologist Susan David, learning to label emotions with a more nuanced vocabulary can be absolutely transformative. Harvard Susan David. David explains that if we don't have a rich emotional vocabulary, it is difficult to communicate our needs and to get the support that we need from others. David. But those who are able to distinguish between a range of various emotions do much better at managing the ups and downs of ordinary existence than those who see everything in black and white. In fact, research shows that the process of labeling emotional experience is related to greater emotion regulation and psychosocial well-being. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 10. In modern times, society became more dynamic. Social mobility increased, and people began to exercise a higher degree of choice regarding, for instance, their profession, their marriage, or their religion. This posed a challenge to traditional roles in society. It was less evident that one needed to commit to the roles one was born into when alternatives could be realized. Increasing control over one's life choices became not only possible but desired. Identity then became a problem. It was no longer almost ready-made at birth but something to be discovered. Traditional role identities prescribed by society began to appear as masks imposed on people whose real self was to be found somewhere underneath. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 11. Diversity, challenge, and conflict help us maintain our imagination. Most people assume that conflict is bad and that being in one's comfort zone is good. That is not exactly true. Of course, we don't want to find ourselves without a job or medical insurance or in a fight with our partner, family, boss, or co-workers. One bad experience can be sufficient to last us a lifetime. But small disagreements with family and friends, trouble with technology or finances, or challenges at work and at home can help us think through our own capabilities. Problems that need solutions force us to use our brains in order to develop creative answers. Navigating landscapes that are varied, that offer trials and occasional conflicts, is more helpful to creativity than hanging out in landscapes that pose no challenge to our senses and our minds. Our 2-million-year history is packed with challenges and conflicts. 2. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 7 Number 12. When people think about the development of cities, rarely do they consider the critical role of vertical transportation. In fact, each day, more than 7 billion elevator journeys are taken in tall buildings all over the world. 70. Efficient vertical transportation can expand our ability to build taller and taller skyscrapers. Anthony Wood, a professor of architecture at the Illinois Institute of Technology, explains that advances in elevators over the past 20 years are probably the greatest advances we have seen in tall buildings. Illinois Anthony Wood 20. For example, elevators in the Jeddah Tower in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, under construction, will reach a height record of 660 m. Jeddah Tower 660 MTC. Good job. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number Analysis. Fritz Zwicky, a memorable astrophysicist who coined the term supernova, was born in Varna, Bulgaria to a Swiss father and a Czech mother. Fritz Zwicky Varna. At the age of 6, he was sent to his grandparents who looked after him for most of his childhood in Switzerland. There, he received an advanced education in mathematics and physics. In 1925, he emigrated to the United States and continued his physics research at California Institute of Technology, Caltech. 1925 California Institute of Technology, Caltech. He developed numerous theories that have had a profound influence on the understanding of our universe in the early 21st century. 2-1. After being appointed as a professor of astronomy at Caltech in 1942, he developed some of the earliest jet engines and holds more than 50 patents, many in jet propulsion. 1942 Caltech, 50. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 01. Émilie du Châtelet, a French mathematician and physicist, was born in Paris in 1706. Émilie du Châtelet 1706. During her childhood, with her father's support, she was able to get mathematical and scientific education that most women of her time did not receive. In 1737, she submitted her paper on the nature of fire to a contest sponsored by the French Academy of Sciences, and it was published a year later. 1737 French Academy of Sciences, 1. In her book, Institutions de Physique, Émilie du Châtelet explained the ideas of space and time in a way that is closer to what we understand in modern relativity than what was common during her time. Institutions de Physique Émilie du Châtelet. Her most significant achievement was translating Isaac Newton's Principia into French near the end of her life. Principia. Émilie du Châtelet's work was not recognized in her time, but she is now remembered as a symbol of the Enlightenment and the struggle for women's participation in science. Émilie du Châtelet. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 02. Jaroslav Hayrovsky was born in Prague on December 20, 1890, as the fifth child of Leopold Hayrovsky. Jaroslav Hayrovsky 18901220 Prague Leopold Hayrovsky. In 1901 Jaroslav went to a secondary school called the Academic Gymnasium. 1901 Yaroslav Academic Gymnasium. Rather than Latin and Greek, he showed a strong interest in the natural sciences. At Czech University in Prague he studied chemistry, physics, and mathematics. Prague Czech University. From 1910 to 1914 he continued his studies at University College, London. 1910-1914 University College. Throughout the First World War, Jaroslav served in a military hospital. 1 Yaroslav. In 1926, Jaroslav became the first professor of physical chemistry at Charles University in Prague. 1926 Yaroslav Prague Charles University. He won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1959. 1959. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 03. Frederick Douglass was born into slavery at a farm in Maryland. Frederick Douglass, Maryland. His full name at birth was Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey. Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey. He changed his name to Frederick Douglass after he successfully escaped from slavery in 1838. 1838 Frederick Douglass. He became a leader of the Underground Railroad, a network of people, places, and routes that helped enslaved people escape to the North. Underground Railroad. He assisted other runaway slaves until they could safely get to other areas in the North. As a slave, he had taught himself to read and write, and he spread that knowledge to other slaves as well. Once free, he became a well-known abolitionist and strong believer in equality for all people including blacks, Native Americans, women, and recent immigrants. He wrote several autobiographies describing his experiences as a slave. In addition to all this, he became the first African American candidate for Vice President of the United States. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 04. American jazz pianist Bill Evans was born in New Jersey in 1929. Bill Evans 1929. His early training was in classical music. At the age of 6, he began receiving piano lessons, later adding flute and violin. 6. He earned bachelor's degrees in piano and music education from Southeastern Louisiana College in 1950. 1950 Southeastern Louisiana. He went on to serve in the Army from 1951 to 1954 and played flute in the 5th Army Band. 1951-1945. After serving in the military, he studied composition at the Mann School of Music in New York. Mann School of Music. Composer George Russell admired his playing and hired Evans to record and perform his compositions. George Russell Evans. Evans became famous for recordings made from the late 1950s through the 1960s. Evans 1950-1960. He won his first Grammy Award in 1964 for his album Conversations with Myself. Conversations with Myself 1964. Evans' expressive piano works and his unique harmonic approach inspired a whole generation of musicians. Evans. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 05. Gary Becker was born in Pottsville, Pennsylvania in 1930 and grew up in Brooklyn, New York City. Gary Becker 1930 Pennsylvania Pottsville New York City Brooklyn. His father, who was not well educated, had a deep interest in financial and political issues. After graduating from high school, Becker went to Princeton University, where he majored in economics. Becker Princeton University. He was dissatisfied with his economic education at Princeton University because it didn't seem to be handling real problems. Princeton University. He earned a doctor's degree in economics from the University of Chicago in 1955. 1955 University of Chicago. His doctoral paper on the economics of discrimination was mentioned by the Nobel Prize Committee as an important contribution to economics. Since 1985, Becker had written a regular economics column in Business Week, explaining economic analysis and ideas to the general public. 1985, Becker Business Week. In 1992, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economic Science. 1992. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 06. Lillian Bland was born in Kent, England in 1878. Lillian Bland 1878 Kent. Unlike most other girls at the time, she wore trousers and spent her time enjoying adventurous activities like horse riding and hunting. Lillian began her career as a sports and wildlife photographer for British newspapers. Lillian. In 1910 she became the first woman to design, build, and fly her own airplane. 1910. In order to persuade her to try a slightly safer activity, Lillian's dad bought her a car. Lillian. Soon Lillian was a master driver and ended up working as a car dealer. Lillian. She never went back to flying but lived a long and exciting life nonetheless. She married, moved to Canada, and had a kid. Eventually, she moved back to England, and lived there for the rest of her life. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 07. Margaret Knight was an exceptionally prolific inventor in the late 19th century. Journalists occasionally compared her to Thomas Edison by nicknaming her a woman Edison. Margaret Knight 19, Edison Thomas Edison. From a young age, she built toys for her older brothers. After her father died, Knight's family moved to Manchester. Manchester. Knight left school in 1850, at age 12, to earn money for her family at a nearby textile factory, where she witnessed a fellow worker injured by faulty equipment. Knight 1850-12. That led her to create her first invention, a safety device for textile equipment, but she never earned money from the invention. She also invented a machine that cut, folded and glued flat-bottomed paper bags and was awarded her first patent in 1871 for it. 1871. It eliminated the need for workers to assemble them slowly by hand. Knight received 27 patents in her lifetime and entered the National Inventors Hall of Fame in 2006. Knight 27-2006. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 08. Wilbur Smith was a South African novelist specializing in historical fiction. Wilbur Smith. Smith wanted to become a journalist, writing about social conditions in South Africa, but his father was never supportive of his writing and forced him to get a real job. Smith studied further and became a tax accountant, but he finally turned back to his love of writing. He wrote his first novel, The Gods First Make Mad, and had received 20 rejections by 1962. The Gods First Make Mad 196220. In 1964, Smith published another novel, When the Lion Feeds, and it went on to be successful, selling around the world. 1964 Smith, When the Lion Feeds. A famous actor and film producer bought the film rights for When the Lion Feeds, although no movie resulted. When the Lion Feeds. By the time of his death in 2021 he had published 49 novels, selling more than 140 million copies worldwide. 20214914. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 09. Antony van Leeuwenhoek was a scientist well known for his cell research. Antony van Leeuwenhoek. He was born in Delft, the Netherlands, on October 24, 1632. 16321024 Delft. At the age of 16, he began to learn job skills in Amsterdam. 16 Amsterdam. At the age of 22, Leeuwenhoek returned to Delft. Leeuwenhoek 22 Delft. It wasn't easy for Leeuwenhoek to become a scientist. Leeuwenhoek. He knew only one language, Dutch, which was quite unusual for scientists of his time. But his curiosity was endless, and he worked hard. He had an important skill. He knew how to make things out of glass. This skill came in handy when he made lenses for his simple microscope. He saw tiny veins with blood flowing through them. He also saw living bacteria in pond water. He paid close attention to the things he saw and wrote down his observations. Since he couldn't draw well, he hired an artist to draw pictures of what he described. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9 Number 10. Bessie Coleman was born in Texas in 1892. Bessie Coleman 1892. When she was 11, she was told that the Wright brothers had flown their first plane. 11 Wright. Since that moment, she dreamed about the day she would soar through the sky. At the age of 23, Coleman moved to Chicago, where she worked at a restaurant to save money for flying lessons. 23 Coleman. However, she had to travel to Paris to take flying lessons because American flight schools at the time admitted neither women nor black people. In 1921, she finally became the first black woman to earn an international pilot's license. 1921. She also studied flying acrobatics in Europe and made her first appearance in an airshow in New York in 1922. 1922. As a female pioneer of flight, she inspired the next generation to pursue their dreams of flying. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9, Number 11. Paul Laurence Dunbar, an African-American poet, was born on June 27, 1872. Paul Laurence Dunbar 1872627. By the age of 14, Dunbar had poems published in the Dayton Herald. 14 Dunbar Dayton Herald. While in high school he edited his high school newspaper. Despite being a fine student, Dunbar was financially unable to attend college and took a job as an elevator operator. Dunbar. In 1893, Dunbar published his first book, Oak and Ivy, at his own expense. 1893 Dunbar Oak and Ivy. In 1895, he published the second book, Majors and Minors, which brought him national and international recognition. 1895, Majors and Minors. The poems written in standard English were called majors, and those in dialect were termed minors. Majors, minors. Although the major poems in standard English outnumber those written in dialect, it was the dialect poems that brought Dunbar the most attention. Majors, Dunbar. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 9, Number 12. Lithops are plants that are often called living stones on account of their unique rock-like appearance. Lithops. They are native to the deserts of South Africa but commonly sold in garden centers and nurseries. Lithops grow well in compacted, sandy soil with little water and extreme hot temperatures. Lithops. Lithops are small plants, rarely getting more than an inch above the soil surface and usually with only 2 leaves. Lithops 1. The thick leaves resemble the cleft in an animal's foot or just a pair of grayish-brown stones gathered together. The plants have no true stem and much of the plant is underground. Their appearance has the effect of conserving moisture. MTC. Good job. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number Analysis. The hunter-gatherer lifestyle, which can be described as natural to human beings, appears to have had much to recommend it. Examination of human remains from early hunter-gatherer societies has suggested that our ancestors enjoyed abundant food, obtainable without excessive effort, and suffered very few diseases. If this is true, it is not clear why so many humans settled in permanent villages and developed agriculture, growing crops and domesticating animals. Cultivating fields was hard work, and it was in farming villages that epidemic diseases first took root. Whatever its immediate effect on the lives of humans, the development of settlements and agriculture undoubtedly led to a high increase in population density. This period, known as the New Stone Age, was a major turning point in human development, opening the way to the growth of the first towns and cities, and eventually leading to settled civilizations. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number 01. From an organizational viewpoint, one of the most fascinating examples of how any organization may contain many different types of culture is to recognize the functional operations of different departments within the organization. The varying departments and divisions within an organization will inevitably view any given situation from their own biased and prejudiced perspective. A department and its members will acquire tunnel vision, which disallows them to see things as others see them. The very structure of organizations can create conflict. The choice of whether the structure is mechanistic or organic can have a profound influence on conflict management. A mechanistic structure has a vertical hierarchy with many rules, many procedures, and many levels of management involved in decision-making. Organic structures are more horizontal in nature, where decision-making is less centralized and spread across the plane of the organization. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number 02. It would be hard to overstate how important meaningful work is to human beings, work that provides a sense of fulfillment and empowerment. Those who have found deeper meaning in their careers find their days much more energizing and satisfying, and count their employment as one of their greatest sources of joy and pride. Sonia Lyubomirsky, professor of psychology at the University of California, has conducted numerous workplace studies showing that when people are more fulfilled on the job, they not only produce higher quality work and a greater output, but also generally earn higher incomes. University of California Sonia Lyubomirsky. Those most satisfied with their work are also much more likely to be happier with their lives overall. For her book Happiness at Work, researcher Jessica Price-Jones conducted a study of 3,000 workers in 79 countries, finding that those who took greater satisfaction from their work were 150% more likely to have a happier life overall. Happiness at Work, Jessica Price-Jones 793,000,150. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number 03. Some countries have proposed tougher guidelines for determining brain death when transplantation, transferring organs to others, is under consideration. In several European countries, there are legal requirements which specify that a whole team of doctors must agree over the diagnosis of death in the case of a potential donor. The reason for these strict regulations for diagnosing brain death in potential organ donors is, no doubt, to ease public fears of a premature diagnosis of brain death for the purpose of obtaining organs. But it is questionable whether these requirements reduce public suspicions as much as they create them. They certainly maintain mistaken beliefs that diagnosing brain death is an unreliable process lacking precision. As a matter of consistency, at least, criteria for diagnosing the deaths of organ donors should be exactly the same as for those for whom immediate burial or cremation is intended. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number 04. There is a reason the title Monday Morning Quarterback exists. Monday Morning Quarterback. Just read the comments on social media from fans discussing the weekend's games, and you quickly see how many people believe they could play, coach, and manage sport teams more successfully than those on the field. This goes for the boardroom as well. Students and professionals with years of training and specialized degrees in sport business may also find themselves being given advice on how to do their jobs from friends, family, or even total strangers without any expertise. Executives in sport management have decades of knowledge and experience in their respective fields. However, many of them face criticism from fans and community members telling them how to run their business. Very few people tell their doctor how to perform surgery or their accountant how to prepare their taxes, but many people provide feedback on how sport organizations should be managed. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number 05. Although praise is one of the most powerful tools available for improving young children's behavior, it is equally powerful for improving your child's self-esteem. Preschoolers believe what their parents tell them in a very profound way. They do not yet have the cognitive sophistication to reason analytically and reject false information. If a preschool boy consistently hears from his mother that he is smart and a good helper, he is likely to incorporate that information into his self-image. Thinking of himself as a boy who is smart and knows how to do things is likely to make him endure longer in problem-solving efforts and increase his confidence in trying new and difficult tasks. Similarly, thinking of himself as the kind of boy who is a good helper will make him more likely to volunteer to help with tasks at home and at preschool. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11 Number 06. The most noticeable human characteristic projected onto animals is that they can talk in human language. Physically, animal cartoon characters and toys made after animals are also most often deformed in such a way as to resemble humans. This is achieved by showing them with human-like facial features and deformed front legs to resemble human hands. In more recent animated movies, the trend has been to show the animals in a more natural way. However, they still use their front legs like human hands. For example, lions can pick up and lift small objects with one paw, and they still talk with an appropriate facial expression. A general strategy that is used to make the animal characters more emotionally appealing, both to children and adults, is to give them enlarged and deformed childlike features. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11 Number 07. You may have seen headlines in the news about some of the things machines powered by artificial intelligence can do. However, if you were to consider all the tasks that AI-powered machines could actually perform, it would be quite mind-blowing. AI. One of the key features of artificial intelligence is that it enables machines to learn new things, rather than requiring programming specific to new tasks. Therefore, the core difference between computers of the future and those of the past is that future computers will be able to learn and self-improve. In the near future, smart virtual assistants will know more about you than your closest friends and family members do. Can you imagine how that might change our lives? These kinds of changes are exactly why it is so important to recognize the implications that new technologies will have for our world. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11 Number 08. The human brain, it turns out, has shrunk in mass by about 10% since it peaked in size 15,000 to 30,000 years ago. 15,00030,00010. One possible reason is that many thousands of years ago humans lived in a world of dangerous predators where they had to have their wits about them at all times to avoid being killed. Today, we have effectively domesticated ourselves, and many of the tasks of survival, from avoiding immediate death to building shelters to obtaining food, have been outsourced to the wider society. We are smaller than our ancestors too, and it is a characteristic of domestic animals that they are generally smaller than their wild cousins. None of this may mean we are dumber. Brain size is not necessarily an indicator of human intelligence, but it may mean that our brains today are wired up differently, and perhaps more efficiently, than those of our ancestors. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11 Number 09. We usually get along best with people who we think are like us. In fact, we seek them out. It's why places like Little Italy, Chinatown, and Koreatown exist. But I'm not just talking about race, skin color, or religion. I'm talking about people who share our values and look at the world the same way we do. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. This is a very common human tendency that is rooted in how our species developed. Imagine you are walking out in a forest. You would be conditioned to avoid something unfamiliar or foreign because there is a high likelihood that it would be interested in killing you. Similarities make us relate better to other people because we think they'll understand us on a deeper level than other people. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11 Number 10. The reduction of minerals in our food is the result of using pesticides and fertilizers that kill off beneficial bacteria, earthworms, and bugs in the soil that create many of the essential nutrients in the first place and prevent the uptake of nutrients into the plant. Fertilizing crops with nitrogen and potassium has led to declines in magnesium, zinc, iron, and iodine. For example, there has been on average about a 30% decline in the magnesium content of wheat. 30%. This is partly due to potassium being a blocker against magnesium absorption by plants. Lower magnesium levels in soil also occur with acidic soils, and around 70% of the farmland on Earth is now acidic. 70%. Thus, the overall characteristics of soil determine the accumulation of minerals in plants. Indeed, nowadays our soil is less healthy and so are the plants grown on it. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number 11. An economic theory of Say's law holds that everything that's made will get sold. Say. The money from anything that's produced is used to buy something else. There can never be a situation in which a firm finds that it can't sell its goods and so has to dismiss workers and close its factories. Therefore, recessions and unemployment are impossible. Picture the level of spending like the level of water in a bath. Say's law applies because people use all their earnings to buy things. Say. But what happens if people don't spend all their money, saving some of it instead? Savings are a leakage of spending from the economy. You're probably imagining the water level now falling, so there's less spending in the economy. That would mean firms producing less and dismissing some of their workers. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 11, Number 12. There have been occasions in which you have observed a smile and you could sense it was not genuine. The most obvious way of identifying a genuine smile from an insincere one is that a fake smile primarily only affects the lower half of the face, mainly with the mouth alone. The eyes don't really get involved. Take the opportunity to look in the mirror and manufacture a smile using the lower half your face only. When you do this, judge how happy your face really looks. Is it genuine? A genuine smile will impact on the muscles and wrinkles around the eyes, and less noticeably, the skin between the eyebrow and upper eyelid is lowered slightly with true enjoyment. The genuine smile can impact on the entire face. MTC. Good job. Start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12, Number Analysis. Many human and non-human animals save commodities or money for future consumption. This behavior seems to reveal a preference of a delayed reward over an immediate one. The agent gives up some immediate pleasure in exchange for a future one. Thus the discounted value of the future reward should be greater than the undiscounted value of the present one. However, in some cases the agent does not wait for the envisioned occasion but uses their savings prematurely. For example, early in the year an employee might set aside money to buy Christmas presents but then spend it on a summer vacation instead. Such cases could be examples of weakness of will. That is, the agents may judge or resolve to spend their savings in a certain way for the greatest benefit but then act differently when temptation for immediate pleasure appears. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12, Number 01. An excellent alternative to calming traffic is removing it. Some cities reserve an extensive network of lanes and streets for bikes, pedestrians, and the occasional service vehicle. This motivates people to travel by bike rather than by car, making streets safer for everyone. As bicycles become more popular in a city, planners can convert more automobile lanes and entire streets to accommodate more of them. Nevertheless, even the most bikeable cities still require motor vehicle lanes for taxis, emergency vehicles, and delivery trucks. Delivery vehicles are frequently a target of animus, but they are actually an essential component to making cities greener. A tightly packed delivery truck is a far more efficient transporter of goods than several hybrids carrying a few shopping bags each. Distributing food and other goods to neighborhood vendors allows them to operate smaller stores close to homes so that residents can walk, rather than drive, to get their groceries. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 02. The rate of speed at which one is traveling will greatly determine the ability to process detail in the environment. In evolutionary terms, human senses are adapted to the speed at which humans move through space under their own power while walking. Our ability to distinguish detail in the environment is therefore ideally suited to movement at speeds of perhaps 5 miles per hour and under. 5. The fastest users of the street, motorists, therefore have a much more limited ability to process details along the street. A motorist simply has little time or ability to appreciate design details. On the other hand, pedestrian travel, being much slower, allows for the appreciation of environmental detail. Joggers and bicyclists fall somewhere in between these polar opposites. While they travel faster than pedestrians, their rate of speed is ordinarily much slower than that of the typical motorist. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 03. The term minimalism gives a negative impression to some people who think that it is all about sacrificing valuable possessions. This insecurity naturally stems from their attachment to their possessions. It is difficult to distance oneself from something that has been around for quite some time. Being an emotional animal, human beings give meaning to the things around them. So, the question arising here is that if minimalism will hurt one's emotions, why become a minimalist? The answer is very simple. The assumption of the question is fundamentally wrong. Minimalism does not hurt emotions. You might feel a bit sad while getting rid of a useless item, but sooner than later, this feeling will be overcome by the joy of clarity. Minimalists never argue that you should leave every convenience of the modern era. They are of the view that you only need to eliminate stuff that is unused or not going to be used in the near future. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 04. While moving is difficult for everyone, it is particularly stressful for children. They lose their sense of security and may feel disoriented when their routine is disrupted and all that is familiar is taken away. Young children, ages 3 to 6, are particularly affected by a move. 3-6. Their understanding at this stage is quite literal, and it is difficult for them to imagine beforehand a new home and their new room. Young children may have worries such as, will I still be me in the new place? And will my toys and bed come with us? It is important to establish a balance between validating children's past experiences and focusing on helping them adjust to the new place. Children need to have opportunities to share their backgrounds in a way that respects their past as an important part of who they are. This contributes to building a sense of community, which is essential for all children, especially those in transition. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 05. Advertisers often displayed considerable facility in adapting their claims to the market status of the goods they promoted. Fleischmann's yeast, for instance, was used as an ingredient for cooking homemade bread. Fleischmann. Yet more and more people in the early 20th century were buying their bread from stores or bakeries, so consumer demand for yeast decreased. 1920. The producer of Fleischmann's yeast hired the J. Walter Thompson advertising agency to come up with a different marketing strategy to boost sales. Fleischmann J. Walter Thompson. No longer the soul of bread, the Thompson agency first turned yeast into an important source of vitamins with significant health benefits. Thompson soul of bread. Shortly thereafter, the advertising agency transformed yeast into a natural laxative. Repositioning yeast helped increase sales. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 06. The major philosophical shift in the idea of selling came when industrial societies became more affluent, more competitive, and more geographically spread out during the 1940s and 1950s. 1940-1950. This forced business to develop closer relations with buyers and clients, which in turn made business realize that it was not enough to produce a quality product at a reasonable price. In fact, it was equally essential to deliver products that customers actually wanted. Henry Ford produced his best-selling T-model Ford in one color only, black, in 1908, but in modern societies this was no longer possible. 1908 Henry Ford T. Ford. The modernization of society led to a marketing revolution that destroyed the view that production would create its own demand. Customers, and the desire to meet their diverse and often complex needs, became the focus of business. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 07. Plant growth is controlled by a group of hormones called auxins found at the tips of stems and roots of plants. Auxins produced at the tips of stems tend to accumulate on the side of the stem that is in the shade. Accordingly, the auxins stimulate growth on the shaded side of the plant. Therefore, the shaded side grows faster than the side facing the sunlight. This phenomenon causes the stem to bend and appear to be growing towards the light. Auxins have the opposite effect on the roots of plants. Auxins in the tips of roots tend to limit growth. If a root is horizontal in the soil, the auxins will accumulate on the lower side and interfere with its development. Therefore, the lower side of the root will grow slower than the upper side. This will, in turn, cause the root to bend downwards, with the tip of the root growing in that direction. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 08. Do you sometimes feel like you don't love your life? Like, deep inside, something is missing? That's because we are living someone else's life. We allow other people to influence our choices. We are trying to meet their expectations. Social pressure is deceiving. We are all impacted without noticing it. Before we realize we are losing ownership of our lives, we end up envying how other people live. Then, we can only see the greener grass. Ours is never good enough. To regain that passion for the life you want, you must recover control of your choices. No one but yourself can choose how you live. But, how? The first step to getting rid of expectations is to treat yourself kindly. You can't truly love other people if you don't love yourself first. When we accept who we are, there's no room for others' expectations. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12 Number 09. Rejection is an everyday part of our lives, yet most people can't handle it well. For many, it's so painful that they'd rather not ask for something at all than ask and risk rejection. Yet, as the old saying goes, if you don't ask, the answer is always no. Avoiding rejection negatively affects many aspects of your life. All of that happens only because you're not tough enough to handle it. For this reason, consider rejection therapy. Come up with a request or an activity that usually results in a rejection. Working in sales is one such example. Asking for discounts at the stores will also work. By deliberately getting yourself rejected, you'll grow a thicker skin that will allow you to take on much more in life, thus making you more successful at dealing with unfavorable circumstances. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12, Number 10. For species approaching extinction, zoos can act as a last chance for survival. Recovery programs are established to coordinate the efforts of field conservationists and wildlife authorities. As populations of those species diminish, it is not unusual for zoos to start captive breeding programs. Captive breeding acts to protect against extinction. In some cases, captive-bred individuals may be released back into the wild, supplementing wild populations. This is most successful in situations where individuals are at greatest threat during a particular life stage. For example, turtle eggs may be removed from high-risk locations until after they hatch. This may increase the number of turtles that survive to adulthood. Crocodile programs have also been successful in protecting eggs and hatchlings, releasing hatchlings once they are better equipped to protect themselves. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12, Number 11. Hunting can explain how humans developed reciprocal altruism and social exchange. Humans seem to be unique among primates in showing extensive reciprocal relationships that can last years, decades, or a lifetime. Meat from a large game animal comes in quantities that exceed what a single hunter and his immediate family could possibly consume. Furthermore, hunting success is highly variable. A hunter who is successful one week might fail the next. These conditions encourage food sharing from hunting. The costs to a hunter of giving away meat he cannot eat immediately are low because he cannot consume all the meat himself and leftovers will soon spoil. The benefits can be large, however, when those who are given his food return the generous favor later on when he has failed to get food for himself. In essence, hunters can store extra meat in the bodies of their friends and neighbors. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 12, Number 12. Detailed study over the past 2 or 3 decades is showing that the complex forms of natural systems are essential to their functioning. 2030. The attempt to straighten rivers and give them regular cross-sections is perhaps the most disastrous example of this form and function relationship. The natural river has a very irregular form, it curves a lot, spills across floodplains, and leaks into wetlands, giving it an ever-changing and incredibly complex shoreline. This allows the river to accommodate variations in water level and speed. Pushing the river into tidy geometry destroys functional capacity and results in disasters like the Mississippi floods of 1927 and 1993 and, more recently, the unnatural disaster of Hurricane Katrina. 1927-1993 Mississippi, Katrina. A $50 billion plan to let the river loose in Louisiana recognizes that the controlled Mississippi is washing away 24 square miles of that state annually. Louisiana. Let the river loose, 500 Mississippi 24. MTC. Good job. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13, Number Analysis. The costs of interruptions are well documented. Martin Luther King Jr. lamented them when he described that lovely poem that didn't get written because someone knocked on the door. Martin Luther King Jr. Perhaps the most famous literary example happened in 1797 when Samuel Taylor Coleridge started writing his poem Kubla-Khan from a dream he had, but then was visited by an unexpected guest. 1797 Samuel Taylor Coleridge Kubla-Khan. For Coleridge, by coincidence, the untimely visitor came at a particularly bad time. Coleridge. He forgot his inspiration and left the work unfinished. While there are many documented cases of sudden disruptions that have had significant consequences for professionals in critical roles such as doctors, nurses, control room operators, stock traders, and pilots, they also impact most of us in our everyday lives, slowing down work productivity and generally increasing stress levels. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1. 2025, Unit 13 Number 01. You hear again and again that some of the greatest composers were misunderstood in their own day. Not everyone could understand the compositions of Beethoven, Brahms, or Stravinsky in their day. The reason for this initial lack of acceptance is unfamiliarity. The musical forms, or ideas expressed within them, were completely new. And yet, this is exactly one of the things that makes them so great. Effective composers have their own ideas. Have you ever seen the classic movie Amadeus? Amadeus? The composer Antonio Salieri is the host of this movie. He's depicted as one of the most famous non-great composers. He lived at the time of Mozart and was completely overshadowed by him. Antonio Salieri. Now, Salieri wasn't a bad composer. In fact, he was a very good one. Salieri. But he wasn't one of the world's great composers because his work wasn't original. What he wrote sounded just like what everyone else was composing at the time. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1. 2025, Unit 13 Number 02. There's a lot of scientific evidence demonstrating that focused attention leads to the reshaping of the brain. In animals rewarded for noticing sound, to hunt or to avoid being hunted for example, we find much larger auditory centers in the brain. In animals rewarded for sharp eyesight, the visual areas are larger. Brain scans of violinists provide more evidence, showing dramatic growth and expansion in regions of the cortex that represent the left hand, which has to finger the strings precisely, often at very high speed. Other studies have shown that the hippocampus, which is vital for spatial memory, is enlarged in taxi drivers. The point is that the physical architecture of the brain changes according to where we direct our attention and what we practice doing. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1. 2025, Unit 13 Number 03. Every species has certain climatic requirements, what degree of heat or cold it can endure. For example, when the climate changes, the places that satisfy those requirements change, too. Species are forced to follow. All creatures are capable of some degree of movement. Even creatures that appear immobile, like trees and barnacles, are capable of dispersal at some stage of their life as a seed, in the case of the tree, or as a larva, in the case of the barnacle. A creature must get from the place it is born, often occupied by its parent, to a place where it can survive, grow, and reproduce. From fossils, scientists know that even creatures like trees moved with surprising speed during past periods of climate change. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1. 2025, Unit 13 Number 04. A remarkable characteristic of the visual system is that it has the ability of adapting itself. Psychologist George M. Stratton made this clear in an impressive self-experiment. George M. Stratton wore reversing glasses for several days, which literally turned the world upside down for him. Stratton. In the beginning, this caused him great difficulties. Just putting food in his mouth with a fork was a challenge for him. With time, however, his visual system adjusted to the new stimuli from reality, and he was able to act normally in his environment again, even seeing it upright when he concentrated. As he took off his reversing glasses, he was again confronted with problems. He used the wrong hand when he wanted to reach for something, for example. Fortunately, Stratton could reverse the perception, and he did not have to wear reversing glasses for the rest of his life. Stratton. For him, everything returned to normal after one day. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 05. A key to engagement and achievement is providing students with relevant texts they will be interested in. My scholarly work and my teaching have been deeply influenced by the work of Rosalie Fink. Rosalie Fink. She interviewed 12 adults who were highly successful in their work, including a physicist, a biochemist, and a company CEO. All of them had dyslexia and had had significant problems with reading throughout their school years. While she expected to find that they had avoided reading and discovered ways to bypass it or compensate with other strategies for learning, she found the opposite. To my surprise, I found that these dyslexics were enthusiastic readers. They rarely avoided reading. On the contrary, they sought out books. The pattern Fink discovered was that all of her subjects had been passionate in some personal interest. Fink. The areas of interest included religion, math, business, science, history, and biography. What mattered was that they read voraciously to find out more. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 06. Individuals who perform at a high level in their profession often have instant credibility with others. People admire them, they want to be like them, and they feel connected to them. When they speak, others listen even if the area of their skill has nothing to do with the advice they give. Think about a world-famous basketball player. He has made more money from endorsements than he ever did playing basketball. Is it because of his knowledge of the products he endorses? No. It's because of what he can do with a basketball. The same can be said of an Olympic medalist swimmer. People listen to him because of what he can do in the pool. And when an actor tells us we should drive a certain car, we don't listen because of his expertise on engines. We listen because we admire his talent. Excellence connects. If you possess a high level of ability in an area, others may desire to connect with you because of it. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 07. Think of the brain as a city. If you were to look out over a city and ask where is the economy located, you'd see there's no good answer to the question. Instead, the economy emerges from the interaction of all the elements from the stores and the banks to the merchants and the customers. And so it is with the brain's operation. It doesn't happen in one spot. Just as in a city, no neighborhood of the brain operates in isolation. In brains and in cities, everything emerges from the interaction between residents, at all scales, locally and distantly. Just as trains bring materials and textiles into a city, which become processed into the economy, so the raw electrochemical signals from sensory organs are transported along superhighways of neurons. There the signals undergo processing and transformation into our conscious reality. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 08. If you want the confidence that comes from achieving what you set out to do each day, then it's important to understand how long things are going to take. Over-optimism about what can be achieved within a certain time frame is a problem. So work on it. Make a practice of estimating the amount of time needed alongside items on your things to-do list, and learn by experience when tasks take a greater or lesser time than expected. Give attention also to fitting the task to the available time. There are some tasks that you can only set about if you have a significant amount of time available. There is no point in trying to gear up for such a task when you only have a short period available. So schedule the time you need for the longer tasks and put the short tasks into the spare moments in between. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 09. To demonstrate how best to defeat the habit of delaying, Dan Ariely, a professor of psychology and behavioral economics, performed an experiment on students in 3 of his classes at MIT. Dan Ariely MIT. He assigned all classes 3 reports over the course of the semester. The first class had to choose 3 due dates for themselves, up to and including the last day of class. The second had no deadlines, all 3 papers just had to be submitted by the last day of class. In his third class, he gave students 3 set deadlines over the course of the semester. At the end of the semester, he found that students with set deadlines received the best grades, the students with no deadlines had the worst, and those who could choose their own deadlines fell somewhere in the middle. Ariely concludes that restricting freedom, whether by the professor or by students who recognize their own tendencies to delay things, improves self-control and performance. Ariely. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 10. We worry that the robots are taking our jobs, but just as common a problem is that the robots are taking our judgment. In the large warehouses so common behind the scenes of today's economy, human pickers hurry around grabbing products off shelves and moving them to where they can be packed and dispatched. In their ears are headpieces. The voice of Jennifer, a piece of software, tells them where to go and what to do, controlling the smallest details of their movements. Jennifer breaks down instructions into tiny chunks, to minimize error and maximize productivity. For example, rather than picking 18 copies of a book off a shelf, the human worker would be politely instructed to pick 5. Jennifer, 1 8, 5. Then another 5. Then yet another 5. Then another 3. 5. 5. 3. Working in such conditions reduces people to machines made of flesh. Rather than asking us to think or adapt, the Jennifer unit takes over the thought process and treats workers as an inexpensive source of some visual processing and a pair of opposable thumbs. Jennifer. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 11. One of the big questions faced this past year was how to keep innovation rolling when people were working entirely virtually. But experts say that digital work didn't have a negative effect on innovation and creativity. Working within limits pushes us to solve problems. Overall, virtual meeting platforms put more constraints on communication and collaboration than face-to-face settings. For instance, with the press of a button, virtual meeting hosts can control the size of breakout groups and enforce time constraints. Only one person can speak at a time. Nonverbal signals, particularly those below the shoulders, are diminished. Seating arrangements are assigned by the platform, not by individuals, and visual access to others may be limited by the size of each participant's screen. Such restrictions are likely to stretch participants beyond their usual ways of thinking, boosting creativity. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13 Number 12. The law of demand is that the demand for goods and services increases as prices fall, and the demand falls as prices increase. Giffen goods are special types of products for which the traditional law of demand does not apply. Instead of switching to cheaper replacements, consumers demand more of Giffen goods when the price increases and less of them when the price decreases. Taking an example, rice in China is a Giffen good because people tend to purchase less of it when the price falls. The reason for this is, when the price of rice falls, people have more money to spend on other types of products such as meat and dairy and, therefore, change their spending pattern. On the other hand, as rice prices increase, people consume more rice. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13, Number 13. Over time, babies construct expectations about what sounds they will hear when they hold in memory the sound patterns that occur on a regular basis. They make hypotheses like, if I hear this sound first, it probably will be followed by that sound. Scientists conclude that much of babies' skill in learning language is due to their ability to calculate statistics. For babies, this means that they appear to pay close attention to the patterns that repeat in language. They remember, in a systematic way, how often sounds occur, in what order, with what intervals, and with what changes of pitch. This memory store allows them to track, within the neural circuits of their brains, the frequency of sound patterns and to use this knowledge to make predictions about the meaning in patterns of sounds. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13, Number 14. One big difference between science and stage magic is that while magicians hide their mistakes from the audience, in science you make your mistakes in public. You show them off so that everybody can learn from them. This way, you get the advantage of everybody else's experience, and not just your own idiosyncratic path through the space of mistakes. This, by the way, is another reason why we humans are so much smarter than every other species. It is not that our brains are bigger or more powerful, or even that we have the ability to reflect on our own past errors, but that we share the benefits that our individual brains have earned from their individual histories of trial and error. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13, Number 15. In a culture where there is a belief that you can have anything you truly want, there is no problem in choosing. Many cultures, however, do not maintain this belief. In fact, many people do not believe that life is about getting what you want. Life is about doing what you are supposed to do. The reason they have trouble making choices is they believe that what they may want is not related to what they are supposed to do. The weight of outside considerations is greater than their desires. When this is an issue in a group, we discuss what makes for good decisions. If a person can be unburdened from their cares and duties and, just for a moment, consider what appeals to them, they get the chance to sort out what is important to them. Then they can consider and negotiate with their external pressures. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 13, Number 16. One of the most important aspects of providing good care is making sure that an animal's needs are being met consistently and predictably. Like humans, animals need a sense of control. So an animal who may get enough food but doesn't know when the food will appear and can see no consistent schedule may experience distress. We can provide a sense of control by ensuring that our animal's environment is predictable, there is always water available and always in the same place. There is always food when we get up in the morning and after our evening walk. There will always be a time and place to eliminate, without having to hold things into the point of discomfort. Human companions can display consistent emotional support, rather than providing love one moment and withholding love the next. When animals know what to expect, they can feel more confident and calm. MTC. Good job. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number. Analysis. To find the hidden potential in teams, instead of brainstorming, we're better off shifting to a process called brainwriting. The initial steps are solo. You start by asking everyone to generate ideas separately. Next, you pool them and share them anonymously among the group. To preserve independent judgment, each member evaluates them on their own. Only then does the team come together to select and refine the most promising options. By developing and assessing ideas individually before choosing and elaborating them, teams can surface and advance possibilities that might not get attention otherwise. This brainwriting process makes sure that all ideas are brought to the table and all voices are brought into the conversation. It is especially effective in groups that struggle to achieve collective intelligence. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 01. Concepts are vital to human survival, but we must also be careful with them because concepts open the door to essentialism. They encourage us to see things that aren't present. Stuart Firestein opens his book, Ignorance, with an old proverb: it is very difficult to find a black cat in a dark room, especially when there is no cat. Stuart Firestein. Ignorance. This statement beautifully sums up the search for essences. History has many examples of scientists who searched fruitlessly for an essence because they used the wrong concept to guide their hypotheses. Firestein gives the example of luminiferous ether, a mysterious substance that was thought to fill the universe so that light would have a medium to move through. Firestein. The ether was a black cat, writes Firestein, and physicists had been theorizing in a dark room, and then experimenting in it, looking for evidence of a cat that did not exist. Firestein. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 02. How did the human mind evolve? One possibility is that competition and conflicts with other human tribes caused our brains to evolve the way they did. A human tribe that could outthink its enemies, even slightly, possessed a vital advantage. The ability of your tribe to imagine and predict where and when a hostile enemy tribe might strike, and plan accordingly, gives your tribe a significant military advantage. The human mind became a weapon in the struggle for survival, a weapon far more decisive than any before it. And this mental advantage was applied, over and over, within each succeeding generation. The tribe that could outthink its opponents was more likely to succeed in battle and would then pass on the genes responsible for this mental advantage to its offspring. You and I are the descendants of the winners. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 03. A number of research studies have shown how experts in a field often experience difficulties when introducing newcomers to that field. For example, in a genuine training situation, Dr. Pamela Hines found that people expert in using mobile phones were remarkably less accurate than novice phone users in judging how long it takes people to learn to use the phones. Pamela Hines. Experts can become insensitive to how hard a task is for the beginner, an effect referred to as the curse of knowledge. Dr. Hines was able to show that as people acquired the skill, they then began to underestimate the level of difficulty of that skill. Hines. Her participants even underestimated how long it had taken themselves to acquire that skill in an earlier session. Knowing that experts forget how hard it was for them to learn, we can understand the need to look at the learning process through students' eyes, rather than making assumptions about how students should be learning. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 04. Anthropologist Gregory Bateson suggests that we tend to understand the world by focusing in on particular features within it. Gregory Bateson. Take platypuses. We might zoom in so closely to their fur that each hair appears different. We might also zoom out to the extent where it appears as a single, uniform object. We might take the platypus as an individual, or we might treat it as part of a larger unit such as a species or an ecosystem. It's possible to move between many of these perspectives, although we may need some additional tools and skills to zoom in on individual pieces of hair or zoom out to entire ecosystems. Crucially, however, we can only take up one perspective at a time. We can pay attention to the varied behavior of individual animals, look at what unites them into a single species, or look at them as part of bigger ecological patterns. Every possible perspective involves emphasizing certain aspects and ignoring others. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 05. For many people, ability refers to intellectual competence, so they want everything they do to reflect how smart they are: writing a brilliant legal brief, getting the highest grade on a test, writing elegant computer code, saying something exceptionally wise or witty in a conversation. You could also define ability in terms of a particular skill or talent, such as how well one plays the piano, learns a language, or serves a tennis ball. Some people focus on their ability to be attractive, entertaining, up on the latest trends, or to have the newest gadgets. However ability may be defined, a problem occurs when it is the sole determinant of one's self-worth. The performance becomes the only measure of the person, nothing else is taken into account. An outstanding performance means an outstanding person, an average performance means an average person. Period. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 06. Someone else's body language affects our own body, which then creates an emotional echo that makes us feel accordingly. As Louis Armstrong sang, "When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you." Louis Armstrong. If copying another's smile makes us feel happy, the emotion of the smiler has been transmitted via our body. Strange as it may sound, this theory states that emotions arise from our bodies. For example, our mood can be improved by simply lifting up the corners of our mouth. If people are asked to bite down on a pencil lengthwise, taking care not to let the pencil touch their lips, thus forcing the mouth into a smile-like shape, they judge cartoons funnier than if they have been asked to frown. The primacy of the body is sometimes summarized in the phrase "I must be afraid, because I'm running." MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 07. Restricting the number of items customers can buy boosts sales. Brian Wansink, professor of marketing at Cornell University, investigated the effectiveness of this tactic in 1998. Cornell University, Brian Wansink 1998. He persuaded 3 supermarkets in Sioux City, Iowa, to offer camel soup at a small discount, 79 cents rather than 89 cents. Iowa, Sioux City, Campbell, 8979. The discounted soup was sold in one of 3 conditions: a control, where there was no limit on the volume of purchases, or 2 tests, where customers were limited to either 4 or 12 cans. 412. In the unlimited condition, shoppers bought 3.3 cans on average, whereas in the scarce condition, when there was a limit, they bought 5.3 on average. 3.3, 5.3. This suggests scarcity encourages sales. The findings are particularly strong because the test took place in a supermarket with genuine shoppers. It didn't rely on claimed data, nor was it held in a laboratory where consumers might behave differently. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 08. Everything in the world around us was finished in the mind of its creator before it was started. The houses we live in, the cars we drive, and our clothing, all of these began with an idea. Each idea was then studied, refined, and perfected before the first nail was driven or the first piece of cloth was cut. Long before the idea was turned into a physical reality, the mind had clearly pictured the finished product. The human being designs his or her own future through much the same process. We begin with an idea about how the future will be. Over a period of time we refine and perfect the vision. Before long, our every thought, decision, and activity are all working in harmony to bring into existence what we have mentally concluded about the future. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 09. Our homes aren't just ecosystems, they're unique ones, hosting species that are adapted to indoor environments and pushing evolution in new directions. Indoor microbes, insects, and rats have all evolved the ability to survive our chemical attacks, developing resistance to antibacterials, insecticides, and poisons. German cockroaches are known to have developed a distaste for glucose, which is commonly used as bait in roach traps. Some indoor insects, which have fewer opportunities to feed than their outdoor counterparts, seem to have developed the ability to survive when food is limited. Dunn and other ecologists have suggested that as the planet becomes more developed and more urban, more species will evolve the traits they need to thrive indoors. Dunn. Over a long enough time period, indoor living could drive our evolution, too. Perhaps my indoorsy self represents the future of humanity. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 10. The demand for freshness can have hidden environmental costs. While freshness is now being used as a term in food marketing as part of a return to nature, the demand for year-round supplies of fresh produce such as soft fruit and exotic vegetables has led to the widespread use of hothouses in cold climates and increasing reliance on total quality control management by temperature control, use of pesticides and computer/satellite-based logistics. The demand for freshness has also contributed to concerns about food wastage. Use of best before, sell by and eat by labels has legally allowed institutional waste. Campaigners have exposed the scandal of overproduction and waste. Tristram Stewart, one of the global band of anti-waste campaigners, argues that, with freshly made sandwiches, over-ordering is standard practice across the retail sector to avoid the appearance of empty shelf space, leading to high volumes of waste when supply regularly exceeds demand. Tristram Stewart. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 11. In the studies of Colin Cherry at the Massachusetts Institute for Technology back in the 1950s, his participants listened to voices in one ear at a time and then through both ears in an effort to determine whether we can listen to two people talk at the same time. 1950 Colin Cherry. One ear always contained a message that the listener had to repeat back, called shadowing, while the other ear included people speaking. Shadowing. The trick was to see if you could totally focus on the main message and also hear someone talking in your other ear. Cleverly, Cherry found it was impossible for his participants to know whether the message in the other ear was spoken by a man or woman, in English or another language, or was even comprised of real words at all. Cherry. In other words, people could not process two pieces of information at the same time. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14 Number 12. One dynamic that can change dramatically in sport is the concept of the home field advantage, in which perceived demands and resources seem to play a role. Under normal circumstances, the home ground would appear to provide greater perceived resources, fans, home field, and so on. However, researchers Roy Baumeister and Andrew Steenhilber were among the first to point out that these competitive factors can change. For example, the success percentage for home teams in the final games of a playoff or World Series seems to drop. Roy Baumeister, Andrew Steinhilber. Fans can become part of the perceived demands rather than resources under those circumstances. This change in perception can also explain why a team that's struggling at the start of the year will often welcome a road trip to reduce perceived demands and pressures. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 13. Some deep-sea organisms are known to use bioluminescence as a lure, to attract prey with a little glow imitating the movements of their favorite fish, or like fireflies, as a sexual attractant to find mates. While there are many possible evolutionary theories for the survival value of bioluminescence, one of the most fascinating is to create a cloak of invisibility. The color of almost all bioluminescent molecules is blue-green, the same color as the ocean above. By self-glowing blue-green, the creatures no longer cast a shadow or create a silhouette, especially when viewed from below against the brighter waters above. Rather, by glowing themselves, they can blend into the sparkles, reflections, and scattered blue-green glow of sunlight or moonlight. Thus, they are most likely making their own light not to see, but to be unseen. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 14. Many evolutionary biologists argue that humans developed language for economic reason. We needed to trade, and we needed to establish trust in order to trade. Language is very handy when you are trying to conduct business with someone. Two early humans could not only agree to trade 3 wooden bowls for 6 bunches of bananas but establish rules as well. 3-6. What wood was used for the bowls? Where did you get the bananas? That business deal would have been nearly impossible using only gestures and confusing noises, and carrying it out according to terms agreed upon creates a bond of trust. Language allows us to be specific, and this is where conversation plays a key role. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 15. The last 2 decades of research on the science of learning have shown conclusively that we remember things better, and longer, if we discover them ourselves rather than being told them. 2.0. This is the teaching method practiced by physics professor Eric Mazur. Eric Mazur. He doesn't lecture in his classes at Harvard. Instead, he asks students difficult questions, based on their homework reading, that require them to pull together sources of information to solve a problem. Mazur doesn't give them the answer, instead, he asks the students to break off into small groups and discuss the problem among themselves. Mazur. Eventually, nearly everyone in the class gets the answer right, and the concepts stick with them because they had to find their own way to the answer. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 14, Number 16. It is common to assume that creativity concerns primarily the relation between actor, creator, and artifact, creation. However, from a socio-cultural standpoint, the creative act is never complete in the absence of a second position, that of an audience. 2. While the actor or creator him/herself is the first audience of the artifact being produced, this kind of distanciation can only be achieved by internalizing the perspective of others on one's work. This means that, in order to be an audience to your own creation, a history of interaction with others is needed. We exist in a social world that constantly confronts us with the view of the other. It is the view we include and blend into our own activity, including creative activity. This outside perspective is essential for creativity because it gives new meaning and value to the creative act and its product. MTC. Good job. 25, Unit 15 number. Analysis. Why do we have the illusion that cramming for an exam is the best learning strategy? Because we are unable to differentiate between the various sections of our memory. Immediately after reading our textbook or our class notes, information is fully present in our mind. It sits in our conscious working memory, in an active form. We feel as if we know it, because it is present in our short-term storage space, but this short-term section has nothing to do with the long-term memory that we will need in order to recall the same information a few days later. After a few seconds or minutes, working memory already starts disappearing, and after a few days, the effect becomes enormous. Unless you retest your knowledge, memory vanishes. To get information into long-term memory, it is essential to study the material, then test yourself, rather than spend all your time studying. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15 number 01. Simply giving employees a sense of agency, a feeling that they are in control, that they have genuine decision-making authority, can radically increase how much energy and focus they bring to their jobs. One 2010 study at a manufacturing plant in Ohio, for instance, carefully examined assembly line workers who were empowered to make small decisions about their schedules and work environment. 2010. They designed their own uniforms and had authority over shifts while all the manufacturing processes and pay scales stayed the same. Within 2 months, productivity at the plant increased by 20%, with workers taking shorter breaks and making fewer mistakes. 20. Giving employees a sense of control improved how much self-discipline they brought to their jobs. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15 number 02. A group of psychologists studied individuals with severe mental illness who experienced weekly group music therapy, including singing familiar songs and composing original songs. The results showed that the group music therapy improved the quality of participants' life, with those participating in a greater number of sessions experiencing the greatest benefits. Focusing on singing, another group of psychologists reviewed articles on the efficacy of group singing as a mental health treatment for individuals living with a mental health condition in a community setting. The findings showed that, when people with mental health conditions participated in a choir, their mental health and well-being significantly improved. Group singing provided enjoyment, improved emotional states, developed a sense of belonging and enhanced self-confidence. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15 number 03. In statistics, the law of large numbers describes a situation where having more data is better for making predictions. According to it, the more often an experiment is conducted, the closer the average of the results can be expected to match the true state of the world. For instance, on your first encounter with the game of roulette, you may have beginner's luck after betting on 7. But the more often you repeat this bet, the closer the relative frequency of wins and losses is expected to approach the true chance of winning, meaning that your luck will at some point fade away. Similarly, car insurers collect large amounts of data to figure out the chances that drivers will cause accidents, depending on their age, region, or car brand. Both casinos and insurance industries rely on the law of large numbers to balance individual losses. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15 number 04. Sensory nerves have specialized endings in the tissues that pick up a particular sensation. If, for example, you step on a sharp object such as a pin, nerve endings in the skin will transmit the pain sensation up your leg, up and along the spinal cord to the brain. While the pain itself is unpleasant, it is in fact acting as a protective mechanism for the foot. Within the brain, nerves will connect to the area that controls speech, so that you may well shout ouch or something rather less polite. They will also connect to motor nerves that travel back down the spinal cord, and to the muscles in your leg that now contract quickly to lift your foot away from the painful object. Sensory and motor nerves control almost all functions in the body, from the beating of the heart to the movement of the gut, sweating, and just about everything else. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 05. Although technology has the potential to increase productivity, it can also have a negative impact on productivity. For example, in many office environments, workers sit at desks with computers and have access to the internet. They are able to check their personal emails and use social media whenever they want to. This can stop them from doing their work and make them less productive. Introducing new technology can also have a negative impact on production when it causes a change to the production process or requires workers to learn a new system. Learning to use new technology can be time-consuming and stressful for workers, and this can cause a decline in productivity. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 06. Whose story it is affects what the story is. Change the main character, and the focus of the story must also change. If we look at the events through another character's eyes, we will interpret them differently. We'll place our sympathies with someone new. When the conflict arises that is the heart of the story, we will be praying for a different outcome. Consider, for example, how the tale of Cinderella would shift if told from the viewpoint of an evil stepsister. Gone with the Wind is Scarlett O'Hara's story, but what if we were shown the same events from the viewpoint of Rhett Butler or Melanie Wilkes? Gone with the Wind, Scarlett O'Hara, Rhett Butler, Melanie Wilkes? MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 07. Developing a personal engagement with poetry brings a number of benefits to you as an individual, in both a personal and a professional capacity. Writing poetry has been shown to have physical and mental benefits, with expressive writing found to improve immune system and lung function, diminish psychological distress, and enhance relationships. Poetry has long been used to aid different mental health needs, develop empathy, and reconsider our relationship with both natural and built environments. Poetry is also an incredibly effective way of actively targeting the cognitive development period, improving your productivity and scientific creativity in the process. In short, poetry has a lot to offer, if you give it the opportunity to do so. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 08. The fast-paced evolution of information and communication technologies, ICTs, has radically transformed the dynamics and business models of the tourism and hospitality industry. ICTs. This leads to new levels/forms of competitiveness among service providers and transforms the customer experience through new services. Creating unique experiences and providing convenient services to customers leads to satisfaction and, eventually, customer loyalty to the service provider or brand, i.e., hotels. In particular, the most recent technological boost received by the tourism sector is represented by mobile applications. Indeed, empowering tourists with mobile access to services such as hotel reservations, airline ticketing, and recommendations for local attractions generates strong interest and considerable profits. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 09. According to Marguerite Lacquez, fashion contributes to our lives and provides a medium for us to develop and exhibit important social virtues. Marguerite Lacquez. Fashion may be beautiful, innovative, and useful. We can display creativity and good taste in our fashion choices. And in dressing with taste and care, we represent both self-respect and a concern for the pleasure of others. There is no doubt that fashion can be a source of interest and pleasure which links us to each other. That is, fashion provides a sociable aspect along with opportunities to imagine oneself differently, to try on different identities. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 10. Who hasn't used a cup of coffee to help themselves stay awake while studying? Mild stimulants commonly found in tea, coffee, or sodas possibly make you more attentive and, thus, better able to remember. However, you should know that stimulants are as likely to have negative effects on memory as they are to be beneficial. Even if they could improve performance at some level, the ideal doses are currently unknown. If you are wide awake and well rested, mild stimulation from caffeine can do little to further improve your memory performance. Indeed, if you have too much of a stimulant, you will become nervous, find it difficult to sleep, and your memory performance will suffer. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 11. Internet activist Eli Pariser noticed how online search algorithms encourage our human tendency to grab hold of everything that confirms the beliefs we already hold, while quietly ignoring information that doesn't match those beliefs. Eli Pariser. We set up a so-called filter bubble around ourselves, where we are constantly exposed only to that material that we agree with. We are never challenged, never giving ourselves the opportunity to acknowledge the existence of diversity and difference. In the best case, we become naive and sheltered, and in the worst, we become radicalized with extreme views, unable to imagine life outside our particular bubble. The results are disastrous: intellectual isolation and the real distortion that comes with believing that the little world we create for ourselves is the world. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 15, Number 12. The Zeigarnik effect is commonly referred to as the tendency of the subconscious mind to remind you of a task that is incomplete until that task is complete. Zeigarnik. Bluma Zeigarnik was a Lithuanian psychologist who wrote in the 1920s about the effects of leaving tasks incomplete. Bluma Zeigarnik 1920. She noticed the effect while watching waiters serve in a restaurant. The waiters would remember an order, however complicated, until the order was complete, but they would later find it difficult to remember the order. Zeigarnik did further studies giving both adults and children puzzles to complete, then interrupting them during some of the tasks. Zeigarnik. The results showed that both adults and children remembered the tasks that hadn't been completed because of the interruptions better than the ones that had been completed. MTC. Good job. Start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16, Number Analysis. As businesses shift some core business activities to digital, such as sales, marketing, or archiving, it is assumed that the impact on the environment will be less negative. However, digital business activities can still threaten the environment. In some cases, the harm of digital businesses can be even more hazardous. A few decades ago, offices used to have much more paper waste since all documents were paper-based. When workplaces shifted from paper to digital documents, invoices, and emails, it was a promising step to save trees. However, the cost of the internet and electricity for the environment is neglected. A recent Wired report declared that most data centers' energy source is fossil fuels. Wired. When we store bigger data on clouds, increased carbon emissions make our green clouds gray. The carbon footprint of an email is smaller than mail sent via a post office, but still, it causes 4 grams of CO, and it can be as much as 50 grams if the attachment is big. 4G50G. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 01. Have you ever been surprised to hear a recording of your own voice? You might have thought, is that really what my voice sounds like? Maybe your accent is more pronounced in the recording than you realized, or your voice is higher than it seems to your own ears. This is of course quite a common experience. The explanation is actually fairly simple. There are 2 pathways through which we perceive our own voice when we speak. One is the route through which we perceive most external sounds, like waves that travel from the air through the outer, middle, and inner ear. But because our vocal cords vibrate when we speak, there is a second internal path. Vibrations are conducted through our bones and stimulate our inner ears directly. Lower frequencies are emphasized along this pathway. That makes your voice sound deeper and richer to yourself than it may sound to other people. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 02. Problems often arise if an exotic species is suddenly introduced to an ecosystem. Britain's red and grey squirrels provide a clear example. When the grey arrived from America in the 1870s, both squirrel species competed for the same food and habitat, which put the native red squirrel populations under pressure. 1870. The grey had the edge because it can adapt its diet. It is able, for instance, to eat green acorns, while the red can only digest mature acorns. Within the same area of forest, grey squirrels can destroy the food supply before red squirrels even have a bite. Greys can also live more densely and in varied habitats, so have survived more easily when woodland has been destroyed. As a result, the red squirrel has come close to extinction in England. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 03. With no horses available, the Inca Empire excelled at delivering messages on foot. Inca. The messengers were stationed on the royal roads to deliver the Inca king's orders and reports coming from his lands. Inca. Called chasquis, they lived in groups of 4 to 6 in huts, placed from 1 to 2 miles apart along the roads. Chasquis, 1-2. They were all young men and especially good runners who watched the road in both directions. If they caught sight of another messenger coming, they hurried out to meet them. The Inca built the huts on high ground, in sight of one another. Inca. When a messenger neared the next hut, he began to call out and repeated the message 3 or 4 times to the one who was running out to meet him. The Inca Empire could relay messages 1,000 miles, 1,610 kilometers, in 3 or 4 days under good conditions. Inca 1,000, 1,610 kilometers. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 04. The adolescent brain is not fully developed until its early 20s. 20. This means the way the adolescent's decision-making circuits integrate and process information may put them at a disadvantage. One of their brain regions that matures later is the prefrontal cortex, which is the control center, tasked with thinking ahead and evaluating consequences. It is the area of the brain responsible for preventing you from sending off an initial angry text and modifying it with kinder words. On the other hand, the limbic system matures earlier, playing a central role in processing emotional responses. Because of its earlier development, it is more likely to influence decision-making. Decision-making in the adolescent brain is led by emotional factors more than the perception of consequences. Due to these differences, there is an imbalance between feeling-based decision-making ruled by the more mature limbic system and logical-based decision-making by the not yet mature prefrontal cortex. This may explain why some teens are more likely to make bad decisions. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 05. Maybe you've heard this joke: how do you eat an elephant? The answer is one bite at a time. So, how do you build the earth? That's simple, too, one atom at a time. Atoms are the basic building blocks of crystals, and since all rocks are made up of crystals, the more you know about atoms, the better. Crystals come in a variety of shapes that scientists call habits. Common crystal habits include squares, triangles, and six-sided hexagons. Usually crystals form when liquids cool, such as when you create ice cubes. Many times, crystals form in ways that do not allow for perfect shapes. If conditions are too cold, too hot, or there isn't enough source material, they can form strange, twisted shapes. But when conditions are right, we see beautiful displays. Usually, this involves a slow, steady environment where the individual atoms have plenty of time to join and fit perfectly into what's known as the crystal lattice. This is the basic structure of atoms that is seen time after time. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 06. Managers are always looking for ways to increase productivity, which is the ratio of costs to output in production. Adam Smith, writing when the manufacturing industry was new, described a way that production could be made more efficient, known as the division of labor. Adam Smith. Making most manufactured goods involves several different processes using different skills. Smith's example was the manufacture of pins. The wire is straightened, sharpened, a head is put on, and then it is polished. Smith. One worker could do all these tasks, and make 20 pins in a day. 20. But this work can be divided into its separate processes, with a number of workers each performing one task. Because each worker specializes in one job, he or she can work much faster without changing from one task to another. Now 10 workers can produce thousands of pins in a day, a huge increase in productivity from the 200 they would have produced before. 10. 200. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 07. Natural processes form minerals in many ways. For example, hot melted rock material, called magma, cools when it reaches the Earth's surface, or even if it's trapped below the surface. As magma cools, its atoms lose heat energy, move closer together, and begin to combine into compounds. During this process, atoms of the different compounds arrange themselves into orderly, repeating patterns. The type and amount of elements present in a magma partly determine which minerals will form. Also, the size of the crystals that form depends partly on how rapidly the magma cools. When magma cools slowly, the crystals that form are generally large enough to see with the unaided eye. This is because the atoms have enough time to move together and form into larger crystals. When magma cools rapidly, the crystals that form will be small. In such cases, you can't easily see individual mineral crystals. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 08. Each beech tree grows in a particular location and soil conditions can vary greatly in just a few yards. The soil can have a great deal of water or almost no water. It can be full of nutrients or not. Accordingly, each tree grows more quickly or more slowly and produces more or less sugar, and thus you would expect every tree to be photosynthesizing at a different rate. However, the rate is the same. Whether they are thick or thin, all the trees of the same species are using light to produce the same amount of sugar per leaf. Some trees have plenty of sugar and some have less, but the trees equalize this difference between them by transferring sugar. This is taking place underground through the roots. Whoever has an abundance of sugar hands some over, whoever is running short gets help. Their network acts as a system to make sure that no trees fall too far behind. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 09. With nearly a billion hungry people in the world, there is obviously no single cause. 10. However, far and away the biggest cause is poverty. 79% of the world's hungry live in nations that are net exporters of food. 79. How can this be? The reason people are hungry in those countries is that the products produced there can be sold on the world market for more than the local citizens can afford to pay for them. In the modern age, you do not starve because you have no food, you starve because you have no money. So the problem really is that food is, in the grand scheme of things, too expensive and many people are too poor to buy it. The answer will be in continuing the trend of lowering the cost of food. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 10. According to legend, once a vampire bites a person, that person turns into a vampire who seeks the blood of others. A researcher came up with some simple math, which proves that these highly popular creatures can't exist. University of Central Florida physics professor Kostas Efthimiou's work breaks down the myth. University of Central Florida Kostas Efthimiou. Suppose that on January 1, 1600, the human population was just over 500 million. 1600115. If the first vampire came into existence that day and bit one person a month, there would have been 2 vampires by February 1, 1600. 160021. A month later there would have been 4, the next month 8, then 16, and so on. In just 2.5 years, the original human population would all have become vampires with no humans left. 2. But look around you. Have vampires taken over the world? No, because there's no such thing. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 11. Robert Schumann once said, "The laws of morals are those of art." Robert Schumann. What the great man is saying here is that there is good music and bad music. The greatest music, even if it's tragic in nature, takes us to a world higher than ours, somehow the beauty uplifts us. Bad music, on the other hand, degrades us. It's the same with performances. A bad performance isn't necessarily the result of incompetence. Some of the worst performances occur when the performers, no matter how accomplished, are thinking more of themselves than of the music they're playing. These doubtful characters aren't really listening to what the composer is saying, they're just showing off, hoping that they'll have a great success with the public. The performer's basic task is to try to understand the meaning of the music, and then to communicate it honestly to others. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16 Number 12. Literary works, by their nature, suggest rather than explain, they imply rather than state their claims boldly and directly. This broad generalization, however, does not mean that works of literature do not include direct statements. Depending on when they were written and by whom, literary works may contain large amounts of direct telling and lesser amounts of suggestion and implication. But whatever the proportion of a work's showing to telling, there is always something for readers to interpret. Thus we ask the question, what does the text suggest? As a way to approach literary interpretation, as a way to begin thinking about a text's implications. What a text implies is often of great interest to us. And our work of figuring out a text's implications tests our analytical powers. In considering what a text suggests, we gain practice in making sense of texts. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16, Number 13. Understanding how to develop respect for and a knowledge of other cultures begins with re-examining the Golden Rule. I treat others in the way I want to be treated. This rule makes sense on some level. If we treat others as well as we want to be treated, we will be treated well in return. This rule works well in a monocultural setting, where everyone is working within the same cultural framework. In a multicultural setting, however, where words, gestures, beliefs, and views may have different meanings, this rule has an unintended result. It can send a message that my culture is better than yours. It can also create a frustrating situation where we believe we are doing what is right, but what we are doing is not being interpreted in the way in which it was meant. This miscommunication can lead to problems. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16, Number 14. In a study, a researcher pretending to be a volunteer surveyed a California neighborhood, asking residents if they would allow a large sign reading "Drive carefully" to be displayed on their front lawns. To help them understand what it would look like, the volunteer showed his participants a picture of the large sign blocking the view of a beautiful house. Naturally, most people refused, but in one particular group, an incredible 76% actually approved. 76. The reason that they agreed was this. 2 weeks earlier, these residents had been asked by another volunteer to make a small commitment to display a tiny sign that read "Be a safe driver" in their windows. 2. Since it was such a small and simple request, nearly all of them agreed. The astonishing result was that the initial small commitment deeply influenced their willingness to accept the much larger request 2 weeks later. 2. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16, Number 15. Starting from birth, babies are immediately attracted to faces. Scientists were able to show this by having babies look at 2 simple images, one that looks more like a face than the other. By measuring where the babies looked, scientists found that the babies looked at the face-like image more than they looked at the non-face image. Even though babies have poor eyesight, they prefer to look at faces. But why? One reason babies might like faces is because of something called evolution. Evolution involves changes to the structures of an organism, such as the brain, that occur over many generations. These changes help the organisms to survive, making them alert to enemies. By being able to recognize faces from afar or in the dark, humans were able to know someone was coming and protect themselves from possible danger. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 16, Number 16. If you had to write a math equation, you probably wouldn't write 28 plus 14 equals 42. It would take too long to write and it would be hard to read quickly. You would write 28 plus 14 equals 42. 28 plus 14 equals 42. Chemistry is the same way. Chemists have to write chemical equations all the time, and it would take too long to write and read if they had to spell everything out. So chemists use symbols, just like we do in math. A chemical formula lists all the elements that form each molecule and uses a small number to the bottom right of an element's symbol to stand for the number of atoms of that element. For example, the chemical formula for water is H2O. H2O. That tells us that a water molecule is made up of 2 hydrogen, H and 2, atoms and 1 oxygen, O, atom. H2O. MTC. Good job. start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number. Analysis. Spending time as children allows animals to learn about their environment. Without childhood, animals must rely more fully on hardware, and therefore be less flexible. Among migratory bird species, those that are born knowing how, when, and where to migrate, those that are migrating entirely with instructions they were born with, sometimes have very inefficient migration routes. These birds, born knowing how to migrate, don't adapt easily. So when lakes dry up, forest becomes farmland, or climate change pushes breeding grounds farther north, those birds that are born knowing how to migrate keep flying by the old rules and maps. By comparison, birds with the longest childhoods, and those that migrate with their parents, tend to have the most efficient migration routes. Childhood facilitates the passing on of cultural information, and culture can evolve faster than genes. Childhood gives flexibility in a changing world. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 01. Biologists distinguish two kinds of similarity. Analogous traits are ones that have a common function but arose on different branches of the evolutionary tree and are in an important sense not the same organ. The wings of birds and the wings of bees are both used for flight and are similar in some ways because anything used for flight has to be built in those ways, but they arose independently in evolution and have nothing in common beyond their use in flight. Homologous traits, in contrast, may or may not have a common function, but they descended from a common ancestor and hence have some common structure that indicates their being the same organ. The wing of a bat and the front leg of a horse have very different functions, but they are all modifications of the forelimb of the ancestor of all mammals. As a result, they share non-functional traits like the number of bones and the ways they are connected. To distinguish analogy from homology, biologists usually look at the overall architecture of the organs and focus on their most useless properties. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 02. Growing crops forced people to stay in one place. Hunter-gatherers typically moved around frequently, and they had to be able to carry all their possessions with them every time they moved. In particular, mothers had to carry their young children. As a result, hunter-gatherer mothers could have only one baby every 4 years or so, spacing their births so that they never had to carry more than one child at a time. 4. Farmers, on the other hand, could live in the same place year after year and did not have to worry about transporting young children long distances. Societies that settled down in one place were able to shorten their birth intervals from 4 years to about 2. 4-2. This meant that each woman could have more children than her hunter-gatherer counterpart, which in turn resulted in rapid population growth among farming communities. An increased population was actually an advantage to agricultural societies, because farming required large amounts of human labor. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 03. The tongue was mapped into separate areas where certain tastes were registered: sweetness at the tip, sourness on the sides, and bitterness at the back of the mouth. Research in the 1980s and 1990s, however, demonstrated that the tongue map explanation of how we taste was, in fact, totally wrong. 1980-1990. As it turns out, the map was a misinterpretation and mistranslation of research conducted in Germany at the turn of the 20th century. 20. Today, leading taste researchers believe that taste buds are not grouped according to specialty. Sweetness, saltiness, bitterness, and sourness can be tasted everywhere in the mouth, although they may be perceived at a little different intensities at different sites. Moreover, the mechanism at work is not place, but time. It's not that you taste sweetness at the tip of your tongue, but rather that you register that perception first. MTC. Good Job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 04. Between 1940 and 2000, Cuba ruled the world baseball scene. 19402000. They won 25 of the first 28 World Cups and 3 of 5 Olympic Games. 282553. The Cubans were known for wearing uniforms covered in red from head to toe, a strong contrast to the more conservative North American style featuring gray or white pants. Not only were their athletic talents superior, the Cubans appeared even stronger from just the color of their uniforms. A game would not even start and the opposing team would already be scared. A few years ago, Cuba altered that uniform style, modernizing it and perhaps conforming to other countries' style. Interestingly, the national team has declined since that time. The country that ruled international baseball for decades has not been on top since that uniform change. Traditions are important for a team, while a team brand or image can adjust to keep up with present times. If it abandons or neglects its roots, negative effects can surface. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 05. Boundaries between work and home are blurring as portable digital technology makes it increasingly possible to work anywhere, anytime. Individuals differ in how they like to manage their time to meet work and outside responsibilities. Some people prefer to separate or segment roles so that boundary crossings are minimized. For example, these people might keep separate email accounts for work and family and try to conduct work at the workplace and take care of family matters only during breaks and non-work time. We've even noticed more of these segmenters carrying 2 phones, one for work and one for personal use. Flexible schedules work well for these individuals because they enable greater distinction between time at work and time in other roles. Other individuals prefer integrating work and family roles all day long. This might entail constantly trading text messages with children from the office, or monitoring emails at home and on vacation, rather than returning to work to find hundreds of messages in their inbox. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 06. Sometimes the pace of change is far slower. The face you saw reflected in your mirror this morning probably appeared no different from the face you saw the day before or a week or a month ago. Yet we know that the face that stares back at us from the glass is not the same, cannot be the same, as it was 10 minutes ago. 10. The proof is in your photo album. Look at a photograph taken of yourself 5 or 10 years ago and you see clear differences between the face in the snapshot and the face in your mirror. 510. If you lived in a world without mirrors for a year and then saw your reflection, you might be surprised by the change. After an interval of 10 years without seeing yourself, you might not at first recognize the person peering from the mirror. 10. Even something as basic as our own face changes from moment to moment. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 07. According to educational psychologist Susan Engel, curiosity begins to decrease as young as 4 years old. Susan Engel. By the time we are adults, we have fewer questions and more default settings. As Henry James put it, disinterested curiosity is past, the mental grooves and channels set. Henry James. The decline in curiosity can be traced in the development of the brain through childhood. Though smaller than the adult brain, the infant brain contains millions more neural connections. The wiring, however, is a mess. The lines of communication between infant neurons are far less efficient than between those in the adult brain. The baby's perception of the world is consequently both intensely rich and wildly disordered. As children absorb more evidence from the world around them, certain possibilities become much more likely and more useful and harden into knowledge or beliefs. The neural pathways that enable those beliefs become faster and more automatic, while the ones that the child doesn't use regularly are pruned away. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 08. All carbohydrates are basically sugars. Complex carbohydrates are the good carbohydrates for your body. These complex sugar compounds are very difficult to break down and can trap other nutrients like vitamins and minerals in their chains. As they slowly break down, the other nutrients are also released into your body, and can provide you with fuel for a number of hours. Bad carbohydrates, on the other hand, are simple sugars. Because their structure is not complex, they are easy to break down and hold few nutrients for your body other than the sugars from which they are made. Your body breaks down these carbohydrates rather quickly, and what it cannot use is converted to fat and stored in the body. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 09. Should we use language to understand mind or mind to understand language? Analytic philosophy historically assumes that language is basic and that mind would make sense if proper use of language was appreciated. Modern cognitive science, however, rightly judges that language is just one aspect of mind of great importance in human beings but not fundamental to all kinds of thinking. Countless species of animals manage to navigate the world, solve problems, and learn without using language, through brain mechanisms that are largely preserved in the minds of humans. There is no reason to assume that language is fundamental to mental operations. Nevertheless, language is enormously important in human life and contributes largely to our ability to cooperate with each other in dealing with the world. Our species Homo sapiens has been astonishingly successful, which depended in part on language, first as an effective contributor to collaborative problem solving and much later, as collective memory through written records. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 10. Television is the #1 leisure activity in the United States and Europe, consuming more than half of our free time. 1. We generally think of television as a way to relax, tune out, and escape from our troubles for a bit each day. While this is true, there is increasing evidence that we are more motivated to tune into our favorite shows and characters when we are feeling lonely or have a greater need for social connection. Television watching does satisfy these social needs to some extent, at least in the short run. Unfortunately, it is also likely to crowd out other activities that produce more sustainable social contributions to our social well-being. The more television we watch, the less likely we are to volunteer our time or to spend time with people in our social networks. In other words, the more time we make for friends, the less time we have for friends in real life. Friends. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 11. We often associate the concept of temperature with how hot or cold an object feels when we touch it. In this way, our senses provide us with a qualitative indication of temperature. Our senses, however, are unreliable and often mislead us. For example, if you stand in bare feet with one foot on carpet and the other on a tile floor, the tile feels colder than the carpet even though both are at the same temperature. The two objects feel different because tile transfers energy by heat at a higher rate than carpet does. Your skin measures the rate of energy transfer by heat rather than the actual temperature. What we need is a reliable and reproducible method for measuring the relative hotness or coldness of objects rather than the rate of energy transfer. Scientists have developed a variety of thermometers for making such quantitative measurements. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17 Number 12. Friction is a force between two surfaces that are sliding, or trying to slide, across each other. For example, when you try to push a book along the floor, friction makes this difficult. Friction always works in the direction opposite to the direction in which the object is moving, or trying to move. So, friction always slows a moving object down. The amount of friction depends on the surface materials. The rougher the surface is, the more friction is produced. Friction also produces heat. For example, if you rub your hands together quickly, they will get warmer. Friction can be a useful force because it prevents our shoes slipping on the floor when we walk and stops car tires skidding on the road. When you walk, friction is caused between the tread on your shoes and the ground, acting to grip the ground and prevent sliding. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17, Number 13. When an ecosystem is biodiverse, wildlife have more opportunities to obtain food and shelter. Different species react and respond to changes in their environment differently. For example, imagine a forest with only one type of plant in it, which is the only source of food and habitat for the entire forest food web. Now, there is a sudden dry season and this plant dies. Plant-eating animals completely lose their food source and die out, and so do the animals that prey upon them. But, when there is biodiversity, the effects of a sudden change are not so dramatic. Different species of plants respond to the drought differently, and many can survive a dry season. Many animals have a variety of food sources and don't just rely on one plant. Now our forest ecosystem is no longer at the death. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17, Number 14. According to top nutrition experts, most nutrients are better absorbed and used by the body when consumed from a whole food instead of a supplement. However, many people feel the need to take pills, powders, and supplements in an attempt to obtain nutrients and fill the gaps in their diets. We hope these will give us more energy, prevent us from catching a cold in the winter, or improve our skin and hair. But in reality, the large majority of supplements are artificial and may not even be completely absorbed by your body. Worse, some are contaminated with other substances and contain ingredients not listed on the label. For example, a recent investigative report found heavy metals in 40% of 134 brands of protein powders on the market. 13440. With little control and regulation, taking supplements is a gamble and often costly. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17, Number 15. Studies have consistently shown caffeine to be effective when used together with a pain reliever to treat headaches. The positive correlation between caffeine intake and staying alert throughout the day has also been well established. As little as 60 milligrams, the amount typically in 1 cup of tea, can lead to a faster reaction time. 60 milligrams. However, using caffeine to improve alertness and mental performance doesn't replace getting a good night's sleep. One study from 2018 showed that coffee improved reaction times in those with or without poor sleep, but caffeine seemed to increase errors in the group with little sleep. 2018. Additionally, this study showed that even with caffeine, the group with little sleep did not score as well as those with adequate sleep. It suggests that caffeine does not fully make up for inadequate sleep. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 17, Number 16. Food chain means the transfer of food energy from the source in plants through a series of organisms with the repeated process of eating and being eaten. In a grassland, grass is eaten by rabbits while rabbits in turn are eaten by foxes. This is an example of a simple food chain. This food chain implies the sequence in which food energy is transferred from producer to consumer or higher trophic level. It has been observed that at each level of transfer, a large proportion, 80 to 90%, of the potential energy is lost as heat. 80–90%. Hence the number of steps or links in a sequence is restricted, usually to 4 or 5. 4–5. The shorter the food chain or the nearer the organism is to the beginning of the chain, the greater the available energy intake is. MTC. Good job. Start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number. Analysis. Over the last several decades, scholars have developed standards for how best to create, organize, present, and preserve digital information for future generations. What has remained neglected for the most part, however, are the needs of people with disabilities. As a result, many of the otherwise most valuable digital resources are useless for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, as well as for people who are blind, have low vision, or have difficulty distinguishing particular colors. While professionals working in educational technology and commercial web design have made significant progress in meeting the needs of such users, some scholars creating digital projects all too often fail to take these needs into account. This situation would be much improved if more projects embraced the idea that we should always keep the largest possible audience in mind as we make design decisions, ensuring that our final product serves the needs of those with disabilities as well as those without. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number 01. Capuchin's New World monkeys that live in large social groups will, in captivity, trade with people all day long, especially if food is involved. New World monkey Capuchin. I give you this rock and you give me a treat to eat. If you put two monkeys in cages next to each other, and offer them both slices of cucumber for the rocks they already have, they will happily eat the cucumbers. If, however, you give one monkey grapes instead, grapes being universally preferred to cucumbers, the monkey that is still receiving cucumbers will begin to throw them back at the experimenter. Even though she is still getting paid the same amount for her effort of sourcing rocks, and so her particular situation has not changed, the comparison to another makes the situation unfair. Furthermore, she is now willing to abandon all gains, the cucumbers themselves, to communicate her displeasure to the experimenter. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number 02. The mind has parts that are known as the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is very fast to act and doesn't deal with emotions. It deals with memories of your responses to life, your memories and recognition. However, the conscious mind is the one that you have more control over. You think. You can choose whether to carry on a thought or to add emotion to it, and this is the part of your mind that lets you down frequently because, fueled by emotions, you make the wrong decisions time and time again. When your judgment is clouded by emotions, this puts in biases and all kinds of other negativities that hold you back. Scared of spiders? Scared of the dark? There are reasons for all of these fears, but they originate in the conscious mind. They only become real fears when the subconscious mind records your reactions. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number 03. Many of the first models of cultural evolution drew noticeable connections between culture and genes by using concepts from theoretical population genetics and applying them to culture. Cultural patterns of transmission, innovation, and selection are conceptually likened to genetic processes of transmission, mutation, and selection. However, these approaches had to be modified to account for the differences between genetic and cultural transmission. For example, we do not expect the cultural transmission to follow the rules of genetic transmission strictly. If two biological parents have different forms of a cultural trait, their child is not necessarily equally likely to acquire the mother's or father's form of that trait. Further, a child can acquire cultural traits not only from its parents but also from non-parental adults and peers. Thus, the frequency of a cultural trait in the population is relevant beyond just the probability that an individual's parents had that trait. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number 04. It's not news to anyone that we judge others based on their clothes. In general, studies that investigate these judgments find that people prefer clothing that matches expectations. Surgeons in scrubs, little boys in blue with one notable exception. A series of studies published in an article in June 2014 in the Journal of Consumer Research explored observers' reactions to people who broke established norms only slightly. Journal of Consumer Research 20146. In one scenario, a man at a black tie affair was viewed as having higher status and competence when wearing a red bow tie. The researchers also found that valuing uniqueness increased audience members' ratings of the status and competence of a professor who wore red sneakers while giving a lecture. The results suggest that people judge these slight deviations from the norm as positive because they suggest that the individual is powerful enough to risk the social costs of such behaviors. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number 05. Nearly 8 of 10 U.S. adults believe there are good foods and bad foods. 108. Unless we're talking about spoiled stew, poison mushrooms, or something similar, however, no foods can be labeled as either good or bad. There are, however, combinations of foods that add up to a healthful or unhealthful diet. Consider the case of an adult who eats only foods thought of as good, for example, raw broccoli, apples, orange juice, boiled tofu, and carrots. Although all these foods are nutrient-dense, they do not add up to a healthy diet because they don't supply a wide enough variety of the nutrients we need. Or take the case of the teenager who occasionally eats fried chicken, but otherwise stays away from fried foods. The occasional fried chicken isn't going to knock his or her diet off track. But the person who eats fried foods every day, with few vegetables or fruits, and loads up on supersized soft drinks, candy, and chips for snacks has a bad diet. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number 06. To help decide what's risky and what's safe, who's trustworthy and who's not, we look for social evidence. From an evolutionary view, following the group is almost always positive for our prospects of survival. If everyone's doing it, it must be a sensible thing to do, explains famous psychologist and best-selling writer of Influence, Robert Cialdini. Influence Robert Cialdini. While we can frequently see this today in product reviews, even subtler cues within the environment can signal trustworthiness. Consider this: when you visit a local restaurant, are they busy? Is there a line outside or is it easy to find a seat? It is a hassle to wait, but a line can be a powerful cue that the food's tasty, and these seats are in demand. More often than not, it's good to adopt the practices of those around you. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18 Number 07. One of the most powerful tools to find meaning in our lives is reflective journaling, thinking back on and writing about what has happened to us. In the 1990s, Stanford University researchers asked undergraduate students on spring break to journal about their most important personal values and their daily activities. Others were asked to write about only the good things that happened to them in the day. 1990 Stanford University. 3 weeks later, the students who had written about their values were happier, healthier, and more confident about their ability to handle stress than the ones who had only focused on the good stuff. 3. By reflecting on how their daily activities supported their values, students had gained a new perspective on those activities and choices. Little stresses and hassles were now demonstrations of their values in action. Suddenly, their lives were full of meaningful activities. And all they had to do was reflect and write about it, positively reframing their experiences with their personal values. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18, Number 08. My colleagues and I ran an experiment testing 2 different messages meant to convince thousands of resistant alumni to make a donation. One message emphasized the opportunity to do good, donating would benefit students, faculty, and staff. The other emphasized the opportunity to feel good, donors would enjoy the warm glow of giving. The 2 messages were equally effective. In both cases, 6.5% of the unwilling alumni ended up donating. 6.5%. Then we combined them, because 2 reasons are better than 1. Except they weren't. When we put the 2 reasons together, the giving rate dropped below 3%. 3%. Each reason alone was more than twice as effective as the 2 combined. The audience was already skeptical. When we gave them different kinds of reasons to donate, we triggered their awareness that someone was trying to persuade them, and they shielded themselves against it. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18, Number 09. The common blackberry, Rubus alleginensis, has an amazing ability to move manganese from one layer of soil to another using its roots. Common blackberry, Rubus alleginensis. This may seem like a funny talent for a plant to have, but it all becomes clear when you realize the effect it has on nearby plants. Manganese can be very harmful to plants, especially at high concentrations. Common blackberry is unaffected by damaging effects of this metal and has evolved 2 different ways of using manganese to its advantage. Common blackberry. First, it redistributes manganese from deeper soil layers to shallow soil layers using its roots as a small pipe. Second, it absorbs manganese as it grows, concentrating the metal in its leaves. When the leaves drop and decay, their concentrated manganese deposits further poison the soil around the plant. For plants that are not immune to the toxic effects of manganese, this is very bad news. Essentially, the common blackberry eliminates competition by poisoning its neighbors with heavy metals. Common blackberry. The common blackberry has an ability to increase the amount of manganese in the surrounding upper soli, which makes the nearby soil quite deadly for other plants. Common blackberry. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18, Number 10. There is often a lot of uncertainty in the realm of science, which the general public finds uncomfortable. They don't want informed guesses, they want certainties that make their lives easier, and science is often unequipped to meet these demands. In particular, the human body is fantastically complex, and some scientific answers can never be provided in black or white terms. All this is why the media tends to oversimplify scientific research when presenting it to the public. In their eyes, they're just giving people what they want as opposed to offering more accurate but complex information that very few people will read or understand. A perfect example of this is how people want definitive answers as to which foods are good and bad. Scientifically speaking, there are no good and bad foods, rather, food quality exists on a continuum, meaning that some foods are better than others when it comes to general health and well-being. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18, Number 11. Nancy Lowry and David Johnson conducted an experiment to study a teaching environment where 5th and 6th graders were assigned to interact on a topic. Nancy Lowry, David Johnson 5-6. With one group, the discussion was led in a way that built an agreement. With the second group, the discussion was designed to produce disagreements about the right answer. Students who easily reached an agreement were less interested in the topic, studied less, and were less likely to visit the library to get additional information. The most noticeable difference, though, was revealed when teachers showed a special film about the discussion topic during lunchtime. Only 18% of the agreement group missed lunchtime to see the film, but 45% of the students from the disagreement group stayed for the film. 1845. The thirst to fill a knowledge gap to find out who was right within the group can be more powerful than the thirst for slides and jungle gyms. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 18, Number 12. A woman named Rhonda who attended the University of California at Berkeley had a problem. Berkeley, California. Rhonda. She was living near campus with several other people, none of whom knew one another. When the cleaning people came each weekend, they left several rolls of toilet paper in each of the 2 bathrooms. However, by Monday all the toilet paper would be gone. It was a classic tragedy of the commons situation. Because some people took more toilet paper than their fair share, the public resource was destroyed for everyone else. After reading a research paper about behavior change, Rhonda put a note in one of the bathrooms asking people not to remove the toilet paper, as it was a shared item. Rhonda. To her great satisfaction, one roll reappeared in a few hours, and another the next day. In the other note-free bathroom, however, there was no toilet paper until the following weekend, when the cleaning people returned. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19, Number Analysis. Norms are everywhere, defining what is normal and guiding our interpretations of social life at every turn. As a simple example, there is a norm in Anglo society to say thank you to strangers who have just done something to help, such as open a door for you, point out that you've just dropped something, or give you directions. Anglo. There is no law that forces you to say thank you. But if people don't say thank you in these cases, it is marked. People expect that you will say it. You become responsible. Failing to say it will be both surprising and worthy of criticism. Not knowing the norms of another community is the central problem of cross-cultural communication. To continue the thank you example, even though another culture may have an expression that appears translatable, many don't. There may be different norms for its usage, for example, such that you should say thank you only when the cost someone has caused is considerable. In such a case it would sound ridiculous, i.e., unexpected, surprising, and worthy of criticism, if you were to thank someone for something so minor as holding a door open for you. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19, Number 0102. Higher education has grown from an elite to a mass system across the world. In Europe and the USA, increased rates of participation occurred in the decades after the Second World War. 2. Between 2000 and 2014, rates of participation in higher education almost doubled from 19% to 34% across the world among the members of the population in the school-leaving age category, typically 18 to 23. 2000-2014 19%, 34%. The dramatic expansion of higher education has been marked by a wider range of institutions of higher learning and a more diverse demographic of students. Changes from an elite system to a mass higher education system are associated with political needs to build a specialized workforce for the economy. In theory, the expansion of higher education to develop a highly skilled workforce should diminish the role of examinations in the selection and control of students, initiating approaches to assessment which enable lifelong learning, assessment for learning and a focus on feedback for development. In reality, socio-political changes to expand higher education have set up a field of contradictions for assessment in higher education. Mass higher education requires efficient approaches to assessment, such as examinations and multiple-choice quizzes, with minimalist, impersonal, or standardized feedback, often causing students to focus more on grades than feedback. In contrast, the relatively small numbers of students in elite systems in the past allowed for closer relationships between students and their teachers, with formative feedback shaping the minds, academic skills, and even the characters of students. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19 Number 0304. All humans, to an extent, seek activities that cause a degree of pain in order to experience pleasure, whether this is found in spicy food, strong massages, or stepping into a too cold or too hot bath. The key is that it is a safe threat. The brain perceives the stimulus to be painful but ultimately non-threatening. Interestingly, this could be similar to the way humor works, a safe threat that causes pleasure by playfully violating norms. We feel uncomfortable, but safe. In this context, where survival is clearly not in danger, the desire for pain is actually the desire for a reward, not suffering or punishment. This reward-like effect comes from the feeling of mastery over the pain. The closer you look at your chili eating habit, the more remarkable it seems. When the active ingredient of chili's capsaicin touches the tongue, it stimulates exactly the same receptor that is activated when any of these tissues are burned. Knowing that our body is firing off danger signals, but that we are actually completely safe, produces pleasure. All children start off hating chili, but many learn to derive pleasure from it through repeated exposure and knowing that they will never experience any real harm. Interestingly, seeking pain for the pain itself appears to be uniquely human. The only way scientists have trained animals to have a preference for chili or to self-harm is to have the pain always directly associated with a pleasurable reward. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19 Number 0506. A ball thrown into the air is acted upon by the initial force given it, persisting as inertia of movement and tending to carry it in the same straight line, and by the constant pull of gravity downward, as well as by the resistance of the air. It moves, accordingly, in a curved path. Now the path does not represent the working of any particular force, there is simply the combination of the three elementary forces mentioned, but in a real sense, there is something in the total action besides the isolated action of three forces, namely, their joint action. In the same way, when two or more human individuals are together, their mutual relationships and their arrangement into a group are things which would not be revealed if we confined our attention to each individual separately. The significance of group behavior is greatly increased in the case of human beings by the fact that some of the tendencies to action of the individual are related definitely to other persons, and could not be aroused except by other persons acting as stimuli. An individual in complete isolation would not reveal their competitive tendencies, their tendencies towards the opposite sex, their protective tendencies towards children. This shows that the traits of human nature do not fully appear until the individual is brought into relationships with other individuals. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19 Number 0708. Claims that local food production cut greenhouse gas emissions by reducing the burning of transportation fuel are usually not well-founded. Transport is the source of only 11% of greenhouse gas emissions within the food sector, so reducing the distance that food travels after it leaves the farm is far less important than reducing wasteful energy use on the farm. 1. Food coming from a distance can actually be better for the climate, depending on how it was grown. For example, field-grown tomatoes shipped from Mexico in the winter months will have a smaller carbon footprint than local winter tomatoes grown in a greenhouse. In the United Kingdom, lamb meat that travels 11,000 miles from New Zealand generates only 1/4 the carbon emissions per pound compared to British lamb because farmers in the United Kingdom raise their animals on feed, which must be produced using fossil fuels, rather than on clover pasture land. 11,0004. When food does travel, what matters most is not the distance traveled but the travel mode, surface versus air, and most of all the load size. Bulk loads of food can travel halfway around the world by ocean freight with a smaller carbon footprint, per pound delivered, than foods traveling just a short distance but in much smaller loads. For example, 18-wheelers carry much larger loads than pickup trucks so they can move food 100 times as far while burning only 1/3 as much gas per pound of food delivered. 183100. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19 Number 0910. Early hunter-gatherer societies had minimal structure. A chief or group of elders usually led the camp or village. Most of these leaders had to hunt and gather along with the other members because the surpluses of food and other vital resources were seldom sufficient to support a full-time chief or village council. The development of agriculture changed work patterns. Early farmers could reap 3 to 10 kilograms of grain from each 1 kilogram of seed planted. 1 kg 310 kg. Part of this food/energy surplus was returned to the community and provided support for non-farmers such as chieftains, village councils, men who practice medicine, priests, and warriors. In return, the non-farmers provided leadership and security for the farming population, enabling it to continue to increase food/energy yields and provide ever larger surpluses. With improved technology and favorable conditions, agriculture produced consistent surpluses of the basic necessities, and population groups grew in size. These groups concentrated in towns and cities, and human tasks specialized further. Specialists such as carpenters, blacksmiths, merchants, traders, and sailors developed their skills and became more efficient in their use of time and energy. The goods and services they provided brought about an improved quality of life, a higher standard of living, and, for most societies, increased stability. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19 Number 1112. Chess masters shown a chessboard in the middle of a game for 5 seconds with 20 to 30 pieces still in play can immediately reproduce the position of the pieces from memory. 2305. Beginners, of course, are able to place only a few. Now take the same pieces and place them on the board randomly and the difference is much reduced. The expert's advantage is only for familiar patterns, those previously stored in memory. Faced with unfamiliar patterns, even when it involves the same familiar domain, the expert's advantage disappears. The beneficial effects of familiar structure on memory have been observed for many types of expertise, including music. People with musical training can reproduce short sequences of musical notation more accurately than those with no musical training when notes follow conventional sequences, but the advantage is much reduced when the notes are ordered randomly. Expertise also improves memory for sequences of movements. Experienced ballet dancers are able to repeat longer sequences of steps than less experienced dancers, and they can repeat a sequence of steps making up a routine better than steps ordered randomly. In each case, memory range is increased by the ability to recognize familiar sequences and patterns. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19 Number 1314. Mike May lost his sight at the age of 3. Mike May. Because he had spent the majority of his life adapting to being blind and even cultivating a skiing career in this state, his other senses compensated by growing stronger. However, when his sight was restored through a surgery in his 40s, his entire perception of reality was disrupted. 40. Instead of being thrilled that he could see now, as he'd expected, his brain was so overloaded with new visual stimuli that the world became a frightening and overwhelming place. After he'd learned to know his family through touch and smell, he found that he couldn't recognize his children with his eyes, and this left him puzzled. Skiing also became a lot harder as he struggled to adapt to the visual stimulation. This confusion occurred because his brain hadn't yet learned to see. Though we often tend to assume our eyes function as video cameras which relay information to our brain, advances in neuroscientific research have proven that this is actually not the case. Instead, sight is a collaborative effort between our eyes and our brains, and the way we process visual reality depends on the way these two communicate. If communication between our eyes and our brains is disturbed, our perception of reality is altered accordingly. And because other areas of May's brain had adapted to process information primarily through his other senses, the process of learning how to see was more difficult than he'd anticipated. May. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19, Number 1516. In a society that rejects the consumption of insects, there are some individuals who overcome this rejection, but most will continue with this attitude. It may be very difficult to convince an entire society that insects are totally suitable for consumption. However, there are examples in which this reversal of attitudes about certain foods has happened to an entire society. Several examples in the past 120 years from European American society are: considering lobster a luxury food instead of a food for servants and prisoners, considering sushi a safe and delicious food, and considering pizza not just a food for the rural poor of Sicily. 120. In Latin American countries, where insects are already consumed, a portion of the population hates their consumption and associates it with poverty. There are also examples of people who have had the habit of consuming them and broken that habit due to shame, and because they do not want to be categorized as poor or uncivilized. According to Esther Katz, an anthropologist, if the consumption of insects as a food luxury is to be promoted, there would be more chances that some individuals who do not present this habit overcome ideas under which they were educated. Esther Katz. And this could also help to revalue the consumption of insects by those people who already eat them. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19, Number 1718. The longest journey we will make is the 18 inches between our head and heart. 18. If we take this journey, it can shorten our misery in the world. Impatience, judgment, frustration, and anger reside in our heads. When we live in that place too long, it makes us unhappy. But when we take the journey from our heads to our hearts, something shifts inside. What if we were able to love everything that gets in our way? What if we tried loving the shopper who unknowingly steps in front of us in line, the driver who cuts us off in traffic, the swimmer who splashes us with water during a belly dive, or the reader who pens a bad online review of our writing? Every person who makes us miserable is like us, a human being, most likely doing the best they can, deeply loved by their parents, a child, or a friend. And how many times have we unknowingly stepped in front of someone in line? Cut someone off in traffic? Splashed someone in a pool? Or made a negative statement about something we've read? It helps to remember that a piece of us resides in every person we meet. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19, Number 1920. Since the turn of the 20th century we've believed in genetic causes of diagnoses, a theory called genetic determinism. 20. Under this model, our genes, and subsequent health, are determined at birth. We are destined to inherit certain diseases based on the misfortune of our DNA. DNA. Genetic determinism doesn't consider the role of family backgrounds, traumas, habits, or anything else within the environment. In this dynamic, we are not active participants in our own health and wellness. Why would we be? If something is predetermined, it's not necessary to look at anything beyond our DNA. DNA. But the more science has learned about the body and its interaction with the environment around it, in its various forms, from our nutrition to our relationships to our racially oppressive systems, the more complicated the story becomes. We are not merely expressions of coding but products of a remarkable variety of interactions that are both within and outside of our control. Once we see beyond the narrative that genetics are destiny, we can take ownership of our health. This allows us to see how choiceless we once were and empowers us with the ability to create real and lasting change. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19, Number 2122. The market's way of telling a firm about its failures is harsh and brief. Not only are complaints less expensive to handle, but they also can cause the seller to improve. The seller may learn something as well. I remember a cosmetics company that received complaints about sticky sunblock lotion. At the time, all such lotions were more or less sticky, so the risk of having customers buy products from a rival company was not great. But this was also an opportunity. The company managed to develop a product that was not sticky and captured 20% of the market in its first year. 2-0. Another company had the opposite problem. Its products were not sticky enough. The company was a Royal Post Office in Europe and the product was a stamp. Royal Post Office. The problem was that the stamp didn't stick to the envelope. Management contacted the stamp producer, who made it clear that if people just moistened the stamps properly, they would stick to any piece of paper. What to do? Management didn't take long to come to the conclusion that it would be more costly to try to educate its customers to wet each stamp rather than to add more glue. The stamp producer was told to add more glue and the problem didn't occur again. Since it is better for the firm to have buyers complain rather than go elsewhere, it is important to make it easier for dissatisfied customers to complain. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 19, Number 2324. If you were afraid of standing on balconies, you would start on some lower floors and slowly work your way up to higher ones. It would be easy to face a fear of standing on high balconies in a way that's totally controlled. Socializing is trickier. People aren't like inanimate features of a building that you just have to be around to get used to. You have to interact with them, and their responses can be unpredictable. Your feelings toward them are more complex too. Most people's self-esteem isn't going to be affected that much if they don't like balconies, but your confidence can suffer if you can't socialize effectively. It's also harder to design a tidy way to gradually face many social fears. The social situations you need to expose yourself to may not be available when you want them, or they may not go well enough for you to sense that things are under control. The progression from one step to the next may not be clear, creating unavoidable large increases in difficulty from one to the next. People around you aren't robots that you can endlessly experiment with for your own purposes. This is not to say that facing your fears is pointless when socializing. The principles of gradual exposure are still very useful. The process of applying them is just messy, and knowing that before you start is helpful. MTC. Good job. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number. Analysis. Once upon a time in the Iranian city of Shiraz, there lived the famous poet Sheikh Saadi. Shiraz Sheikh Saadi. Like most other poets and philosophers, he led a very simple life. A rich merchant of Shiraz was preparing for his daughter's wedding and invited him along with a lot of big businessmen of the town. Shiraz. The poet accepted the invitation and decided to attend. On the day of the wedding, the rich merchant, the host of the wedding, was receiving the guests at the gate. Many rich people of the town attended the wedding. They had come out in their best clothes. The poet wore simple clothes which were neither grand nor expensive. He waited for someone to approach him, but no one gave him as much as even a second glance. Even the host did not greet him and looked away. Seeing all this, the poet quietly left the party and went to a shop where he could rent clothes. There he chose a richly decorated coat, which made him look like a new person. With this coat, he entered the party and this time was welcomed with open arms. The host embraced him as he would do to an old friend and complimented him on the clothes he was wearing. The poet did not say a word and allowed the host to lead him to the dining room. The host personally led the poet to his seat and served out chicken soup to him. After a moment, the poet suddenly dipped the corner of his coat in the soup as if he fed it. All the guests were now staring at him in surprise. The host said, "Sir, what are you doing?" The poet very calmly replied, "Now that I have put on expensive clothes, I see a world of difference here. All that I can say now is that this feast is meant for my clothes, not for me." MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC. 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number. 0103. An airplane flew high above the deep blue seas far from any land. Flying the small plane was a student pilot who was sitting alongside an experienced flight instructor. As the student looked out the window, she was filled with wonder and appreciation for the beauty of the world. Her instructor, meanwhile, waited patiently for the right time to start a surprise flight emergency training exercise. When the plane hit a bit of turbulence, the instructor pushed a hidden button. Suddenly, all the monitors inside the plane flashed several times, then went out completely. Now the student was in control of an airplane that was flying well, but she had no indication of where she was or where she should go. She did have a map, but no other instruments. She was at a loss, and then the plane shook again. When the student began to panic, the instructor said, "Stay calm and steady. You can do it." Calm as ever, the instructor told her student, "Difficult times always happen during flight. The most important thing is to focus on your flight in those situations." Those words encouraged the student to focus on flying the aircraft first. "Thank you, I think I can make it," she said, "as I've been trained, I should search for visual markers." Then, the student carefully flew low enough to see if she could find any ships making their way across the surface of the ocean. Now the instructor and the student could see some ships. Although the ships were far apart, they were all sailing in a line. With the line of ships in view, the student could see the way to home and safety. The student looked at her in relief, who smiled proudly back at her student. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC. 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number. 0406. Long ago, when the world was young, an old Native American spiritual leader Odawa had a dream on a high mountain. Odawa. In his dream, Iktamai, the great spirit and searcher of wisdom, appeared to him in the form of a spider. Iktamai. Iktamai spoke to him in a holy language. Iktamai. Iktamai told Odawa about the cycles of life. Iktamai Odawa. He said, "We all begin our lives as babies, move on to childhood, and then to adulthood. Finally, we come to old age, where we must be taken care of as babies again." Iktimai also told him that there are good and bad forces in each stage of life. Iktimai. If we listen to the good forces, they will guide us in the right direction. But if we listen to the bad forces, they will lead us the wrong way and may harm us, Iktimai said. Iktimai. When Iktimai finished speaking, he spun a web and gave it to Odawa. Iktimai, Odawa. He said to Odawa, the web is a perfect circle with a hole in the center. Odawa. Use the web to help your people reach their goals. Make good use of their ideas, dreams, and visions. If you believe in the Great Spirit, the web will catch your good ideas and the bad ones will go through the hole. Right after Odawa woke up, he went back to his village. Odawa shared Iktimai's lesson with his people. Odawa Iktimai. Today, many Native Americans have dream catchers hanging above their beds. Dream catchers are believed to filter out bad dreams. The good dreams are captured in the web of life and carried with the people. The bad dreams pass through the hole in the web and are no longer a part of their lives. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number 0709. There once lived a man in a village who was not happy with his life. He was always troubled by one problem or another. One day, a saint with his guards stopped by his village. Many people heard the news and started going to him with their problems. The man also decided to visit the saint. Even after reaching the saint's place in the morning, he didn't get the opportunity to meet him till evening. When the man got to meet the saint, he confessed that he was very unhappy with life because problems always surrounded him, like workplace tension or worries about his health. He said, please give me a solution so that all the problems in my life will end and I can live peacefully. The saint smiled and said that he would answer the request the next day. But the saint also asked if the man could do a small job for him. He told the man to take care of 100 camels in his group that night, saying when all 100 camels sit down, you can go to sleep. The man agreed. The next morning when the saint met that man, he asked if the man had slept well. A saint. Tired and sad, the man replied that he couldn't sleep even for a moment. In fact, the man tried very hard but couldn't make all the camels sit at the same time because every time he made one camel sit, another would stand up. The saint told him, you realized that no matter how hard you try, you can't make all the camels sit down. If one problem is solved, for some reason, another will arise like the camels did. So, humans should enjoy life despite these problems. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number 1012. Long ago, an old man built a grand temple at the center of his village. People traveled to worship at the temple. So the old man made arrangements for food and accommodation inside the temple itself. He needed someone who could look after the temple, so he put up a notice, manager needed. Seeing the notice, many people went to the old man. But he returned all the applicants after interviews, telling them, I need a qualified person for this work. The old man would sit on the roof of his house every morning, watching people go through the temple doors. One day, he saw a young man come to the temple. When that young man left the temple, the old man called him and asked, will you take care of this temple? The young man was surprised by the offer and replied, I have no experience caring for a temple. I'm not even educated. The old man smiled and said, I don't want any educated man. I want a qualified person. Confused, the young man asked, but why do you consider me a qualified person? The old man replied, I buried a brick on the path to the temple. I watched for many days as people tripped over that brick. No one thought to remove it. But you dug up that brick. The young man said, I haven't done anything great. It's the duty of every human being to think about others. I only did my duty. The old man smiled and said, only people who know their duty and perform it are qualified people. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number 1315. A nurse took a tired, anxious soldier to the bedside. Jack, your son is here, the nurse said to an old man lying on the bed. Jack. She had to repeat the words several times before the old man's eyes opened. Suffering from the severe pain because of heart disease, he barely saw the young uniformed soldier standing next to him. He reached out his hand to the soldier. The soldier gently wrapped his fingers around the weak hand of the old man. The nurse brought a chair so that the soldier could sit beside the bed. All through the night the young soldier sat there, holding the old man's hand and offering him words of support and comfort. Occasionally, she suggested that the soldier take a rest for a while. He politely said no. Whenever the nurse came into the room, she heard the soldier say a few gentle words. The old man said nothing, only held tightly to him all through the night. Just before dawn, the old man died. The soldier released the old man's hand and left the room to find the nurse. After she was told what happened, she went back to the room with him. The soldier hesitated for a while and asked, "Who was this man?" She was surprised and asked, "Wasn't he your father?" "No, he wasn't. I've never met him before," the soldier replied. She asked, "Then why didn't you say something when I took you to him?" He said, "I knew there had been a mistake, but when I realized that he was too sick to tell whether or not I was his son, I could see how much he needed me. So, I stayed." MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number 1618. Once upon a time, there was a king who lived in a beautiful palace. While the king was away, a monster approached the gates of the palace. The monster was so ugly and smelly that the guards froze in shock. He passed the guards and sat on the king's throne. The guards soon came to their senses, went in, and shouted at the monster, demanding that he get off the throne. With each bad word the guards used, the monster grew more ugly and smelly. The guards got even angrier. They began to brandish their swords to scare the monster away from the palace. But he just grew bigger and bigger, eventually taking up the whole room. He grew more ugly and smelly than ever. Eventually the king returned. He was wise and kind and saw what was happening. He knew what to do. He smiled and said to the monster, "Welcome to my palace." He asked the monster if he wanted a cup of coffee. The monster began to grow smaller as he drank the coffee. The king offered him some takeout pizza and fries. The guards immediately called for pizza. The monster continued to get smaller with the king's kind gestures. He then offered the monster a full-body massage. As the guards helped with the relaxing massage, the monster became tiny. With another act of kindness to the monster, he just disappeared. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number 1921. On my daughter Marie's 8th birthday, she received a bunch of presents from her friends at school. Marie ate. That evening, with her favorite present, a teddy bear, in her arms, we went to a restaurant to celebrate her birthday. Our server, a friendly woman, noticed my daughter holding the teddy bear and said, "My daughter loves teddy bears, too." Then, we started chatting about her family. The server mentioned during the conversation that her daughter was in the hospital with a broken leg. She also said that Marie looked about the same age as her daughter. Marie. She was so kind and attentive all evening, and even gave Marie cookies for free. Marie. After we finished our meal, we paid the bill and began to walk to our car when unexpectedly Marie asked me to wait and ran back into the restaurant. Marie. When Marie came back out, I asked her what she had been doing. Marie. She said that she gave her teddy bear to our server so that she could give it to her daughter. I was surprised at her sudden action because I could see how much she loved that bear already. She must have seen the look on my face, because she said, "I can't imagine being stuck in a hospital bed. I just want her to get better soon." I felt moved by Marie's words as we walked toward the car. Then, our server ran out to our car and thanked Marie for her generosity. Marie. The server said that she had never had anyone doing anything like that for her family before. Later, Marie said it was her best birthday ever. Marie. I was so proud of her empathy and warmth, and this was an unforgettable experience for our family. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number 2224. Once, a farmer lost his precious watch while working in his barn. It may have appeared to be an ordinary watch to others, but it brought a lot of happy childhood memories to him. It was one of the most important things to him. After searching for it for a long time, the old farmer became exhausted. However, the tired farmer did not want to give up on the search for his watch and asked a group of children playing outside to help him. He promised an attractive reward for the person who could find it. After hearing about the reward, the children hurried inside the barn and went through and round the entire pile of hay looking for the watch. After a long time searching for it, some of the children got tired and gave up. The number of children looking for the watch slowly decreased and only a few tired children were left. The farmer gave up all hope of finding it and called off the search. Just when the farmer was closing the barn door, a little boy came up to him and asked the farmer to give him another chance. The farmer did not want to lose out on any chance of finding the watch, so let him in the barn. After a little while the boy came out with the farmer's watch in his hand. He was happily surprised and asked how he had succeeded to find the watch while everyone else had failed. He replied, "I just sat there and tried listening for the sound of the watch. In silence, it was much easier to hear it and follow the direction of the sound." He was delighted to get his watch back and rewarded the little boy as promised. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20 Number 2527. One day a young man was walking along a road on his journey from one village to another. As he walked he noticed a monk working in the fields. The young man turned to the monk and said, "Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask you a question?" "Not at all," replied the monk. "I am traveling from the village in the mountains to the village in the valley and I was wondering if you knew what it is like in the village in the valley." "Tell me," said the monk, "what was your experience of the village in the mountains?" "Terrible," replied the young man. "I am glad to be away from there. I found the people most unwelcoming. So tell me, what can I expect in the village in the valley?" "I am sorry to tell you," said the monk, "but I think your experience will be much the same there." The young man lowered his head helplessly and walked on. A while later a middle-aged man journeyed down the same road and came upon the monk. "I am going to the village in the valley," said the man. "Do you know what it is like?" "I do," replied the monk, "but first tell me about the village where you came from." "I've come from the village in the mountains," said the man. "It was a wonderful experience. I felt as though I was a member of the family in the village." "Why did you feel like that?" asked the monk. "The elders gave me much advice, and people were kind and generous. I am sad to have left there." "And what is the village in the valley like?" he asked again. "I think you will find it much the same," replied the monk. I'm glad to hear that, the middle-aged man said, smiling and journeyed on. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20, number 2830. One day a poor man brought a bunch of grapes to a prince as a gift. He was very excited to be able to bring a gift for him because he was too poor to afford more. The prince. He placed the grapes beside the prince and said, "Oh, prince, please accept this small gift from me." His face beamed with happiness as he offered his small gift. The prince thanked him politely. As the man looked at him expectantly, the prince ate one grape. Then he ate another one. The prince. Slowly the prince finished the whole bunch of grapes by himself. He did not offer grapes to anyone near him. The man who brought those grapes to him was very pleased and left. The prince. The close friends of the prince who were around him were very surprised. Usually the prince shared whatever he had with others. He would offer them whatever he was given and they would eat it together. This time was different. Without offering it to anyone, he finished the bunch of grapes by himself. The prince. One of the friends asked, "Prince, how come you ate all the grapes by yourself and did not offer them to any one of us?" He smiled and said that he ate all the grapes by himself because the grapes were too sour. If the prince had offered the grapes to them, they might have made funny faces and shown their distaste for the grapes. That would have hurt the feelings of that poor man. He thought to himself that it would be better to eat all of them cheerfully and please him. That poor man. He did not want to hurt the feelings of that poor man. Everyone around him was moved by his thoughtfulness. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20, number 3133. A rich merchant lived alone in his house. Knowing that he was the only person living in the house, he was always prepared in case thieves came to his house. So, one day, when a thief entered his home, he remained calm and cool. Although he was awake, the merchant pretended to be in a deep sleep. He lay in bed and watched the thief in action. The thief had brought a new white sheet with him to carry away the stolen goods. He spread it out on the floor with the idea of putting all the stolen valuables into it, tying it, and carrying it away. While he was busy gathering expensive-looking items from the merchant's luxurious house, the merchant quickly got out of the bed. Then he replaced the new white sheet with a similar-looking white sheet, which was much weaker and much cheaper than the thief's one. He then lay down and pretended to be asleep. When the thief had finished collecting as many valuables as he could, he hurriedly tied a knot in the white sheet which he thought was his. The merchant meanwhile ran out into the garden and yelled, "Thief! Thief!" with all the air in his lungs. The thief got nervous and quickly lifted the sheet. To his surprise, the thin white sheet, filled with stolen goods, was torn apart. All the stolen goods fell down on the floor, creating a very loud and unpleasant noise. Seeing many people run towards him, the thief had to give up on all of the stolen goods. Leaving the goods behind in the house, he ran away in a hurry, saying under his breath, "This man is such a skillful merchant, he is a businessman to the core. He has not only managed to save his valuables but has also taken away my new sheet. He has stolen from a thief." As he said that to himself, he ran away from the house. MTC. Good job. Let's start. MTC 1, 2025, Unit 20, number 3436. When I was 17, I discovered a wonderful thing. 17. My father and I were sitting on the floor of his study. We were organizing his old papers. Across the carpet I saw a fat paper clip. Its rust dusted the cover sheet of a report of some kind. I picked it up. I started to read. Then I started to cry. It was a speech he had written in 1920, in Tennessee. 1920 Tennessee. Then only 17 himself and graduating from high school, he had called for equality for African Americans. 17. I marveled, proud of him, and wondered how, in 1920, so young, so white, and in the deep South, where the law still separated black from white, he had had the courage to deliver it. 1920. I asked him about it. "Daddy," I said, handing him the pages, "this speech, how did you ever get permission to give it? And weren't you scared?" "Well, honey," he said, "I didn't ask for permission. I just asked myself, what is the most important challenge facing my generation? I knew immediately. Then I asked myself, and if I weren't afraid, what would I say about it in this speech? I wrote it. And I delivered it." About halfway through I looked out to see the entire audience of teachers, students, and parents stand up and walk out. Left alone on the stage, I thought to myself, well, I guess I need to be sure to do only two things with my life: keep thinking for myself, and not get killed. He handed the speech back to me, and smiled. "You seem to have done both," I said. "MTC. Good job."